the street chasing wrong from right. Eyes like fire burning through the haze. Truth is a weapon, cuts through the maze. Some call her trouble, some call her brave. Digging up secrets they tried to save. A real deal around town, she's breaking it down. Spinning the wheel, exposing the sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town, the truth's her cry. Shadows, they curse her name. Afraid of the spotlight she brings to the game. But the grateful ones, they cheer in the dark for the spark she ignites in their weary hearts. Some call her danger, some call her hope. She's the thin line on the tightrope. The sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her crown, yeah. The sound. They despise her, they praise her, but she won't slow down. Real deal around town. The truth's her crown, yeah. The truth's her crown, yeah.
Okay. I think you can hear me now. We are back. Hold on. Changing my lighting a little bit. Might not affect you, but it affects me. So here we are. I know I haven't been around. I've been really busy. And to be honest, there's not been, I don't think there's a whole lot of excitement going on in Townsend this summer. Maybe there is. I just missed it. But here we are. We have a double hitter tonight. I figured that we have time to do two meetings. The select board are meeting. Gosh, I can't take this. Hold on. The select board are meeting at 4:30, which is in 5 minutes. They're already set up. We did a sound check. So the select board is starting their meeting in 5 minutes. I believe they're over at the library because there's conflicts for the room, and they switched out some things there in the select board, so they've lost out on their own meeting room. So they're meeting at the library again. So if you're going there in person, you got to go there. Don't ask me where in the library there are, but they're over there somewhere. And then after the select board meeting, we're going to be joining conservation. The select board meeting has got, I think, 3 or 4 executive sessions. A couple of them are going to be, at least one of them is right as after the meeting starts. So I'm going to have to find things to talk to you about for a little while. I don't think it'll be really long. I really don't. And then at the end of the meeting, they're going to discuss the Harris and Mayotte lawsuits. There are 2 apparently. So those will take longer, and they've got those at the end of the meeting. They're going to adjourn from executive session based on my estimation. So I'm not hanging around. And we're gonna switch over. Hopefully, well, I don't know what I'll do. I might even end the meeting first. I don't know. Because conservation's meeting at 7. Now that I'm thinking about, select board really don't have a lot to talk about, so I might be stuck with time. My doubleheader might be a dumb move, but we shall see. All right, I gotta pull out. I gotta bring up. They're going to be starting any minute. I'm gonna bring these people up. All right, there's some people in there. Let's see if I can add them to the stage. There they are. They are, they're just waiting for 4:30. We got 3 minutes. I'm going to be talking, I do have a lot of things to talk to you about when we have the break. One of these breaks, I haven't been attending a lot of other meetings, but I've been watching them. And I've got some exciting news. It depends on your perspective of things, but I have some exciting news and some disappointing news that I know you're not going to be too happy about. Boy, I haven't been here for a while. I got to get all my banners going. Okay. What's happening in Townsend? We still got 2 minutes. I think there's a band concert tomorrow if it doesn't rain. I don't know who's the recipient of that, but maybe there'll be people there serving food. Who knows? What else is happening? The select board are really driving us crazy with their transparency. They have really cut off the bulk of their meetings, and they're only having meetings about the things that are mandatory. So they're doing some appointments tonight, and they've got a couple other things on their agenda. Let me see if I'm going to pull it up on my phone and see what we got. It should be starting at.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a word you just said.
So
The
we're
meetings,
good passing over the meeting minutes.
meeting minutes.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm
This
I'm
meeting
sorry.
is being recorded.
Thanks, DCAM. Just want to make sure everyone can hear us because we're in a unusual location. We don't always meet here, so please make sure you can hear us, and we'll get rolling.
Hear you very well. No problem here.
Thank you, sir.
Perfect. Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the select board to order at 4:30 p.m. on July 22nd, 2026. Roll call.
Sarah Logan here.
Laura Schifrin here. And Valerie Goodrich here. Lori, do you want to do the pledge? Flag's kind of outside, so.
I think I would.
Love
Love
everything.
Right.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank all of our veterans and all of our military members serving here and abroad, as well as all of our elected and appointed officials, all of our emergency response individuals, all of our staff, and all of their families for helping us make this place a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. I'd like to announce that the meeting is being recorded and uploaded to YouTube and confirm if other parties are recording. Great. Review agenda. We're gonna just take number 4 and move it to the next meeting. If everybody's good with that, the meeting minutes.
Yes.
Good with that, Lori?
Oh, yeah, I was all set.
Okay. We'll just for final approval, so Sabrina can clean them up a little bit.
Okay.
And then I would like to do number 6, appointments and resignations, if everybody's good with that.
Yes.
So we have the list of appointments here, and I believe Cindy, you're here for over there. Do you have anything you'd like to add about the Heart Library, or you good? No. Okay. I'll take a motion.
I move to appoint Cindy
to the Hart Library Restoration Committee from 7/22/26 to 5/4/27.
Second, Laura Schifrin.
Any questions, discussion?
No.
No?
Thank you.
You have a whole table here
Yep.
on the back, so I
Yeah,
guess,
just afterwards, yeah.
got it, okay.
Roll call?
Laura Schifrin, yes.
Sarah Logan, yes.
Very good, Jess, and thank you so much. Thank you very much. Good luck with that, and that does make, there's now 3 members on that committee out of 5, so that is a quorum, so you can start.
Thank you so much.
Yep. And do you want to make a motion for the roster?
Yes, I move to appoint, in reappointments, the list on the back of the agenda to the Cultural Council, Recreation, Cemetery and Parks, and election workers as
Present.
presented.
Sans Cindy King.
Saying Cindy King, who we just
Yep.
did.
Nicely came to say hi.
Is there a second?
Second, I have a question.
Mhm.
If I may.
Yep.
How are they appointed? I know that the list comes from the town clerk's office.
For which the election workers,
Mhm.
they're appointed by the select board.
How are they recommended?
I think they apply, I believe.
Is it a volunteer form?
Couldn't tell you.
on-
An election worker.
Oh, it
elected.
is a volunteer form, and it's okay if husband and wife or sister and brother or whatever all serve on the same.
Don't have an answer as I don't oversee the town clerk's operations.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring that question up because it's asked in other committees. It was just asked actually last week.
Any other questions?
No.
Roll call vote.
Laura Schifrin, yes.
Sarah Logan, yes.
Very good at Jess. And now we're gonna go back up to 5. Well, actually, we're gonna jump to 7.1 for a quick executive session, and then we're going to jump back into open session. It shouldn't be that long. So 7.1, I'd like to enter into executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A2, to conduct collective bargaining sessions for the police union, and the board will reconvene in open session following the executive session. Take a second.
Second, Sarah Logan.
Any questions?
Yep.
Roll call.
Laura Schifrin, yes.
Sarah Logan, yes.
Very good, Jess. We will be back very shortly.
Give us a few minutes, DCAM. We'll be back with you.
Dave, I just need you to step out for a while.
Okay, we are
The
back.
recording has stopped.
Okay, yeah, we got that TCAM, whatever. What do we got? Well, Jack stepped in too late, or he didn't get a chance to raise his hand. I don't know which. Okay, let me find. I think I did find what I was after. What in the world am I looking at? Okay. That's interesting. That's TCAM. TCAM has an interesting picture of the side view of Town Hall. Don't ask me why, but that's what they have. I know what I was trying to do. All right, I'm trying to fix something here. That might work. That might help. All right. So we've got some things going on here in Townsend. In case you didn't know, there is, we have 3 elections coming up in the fall, which you're going to start, if you haven't already, you're going to start receiving.
This
mail-in
meeting
ballots.
is being recorded.
What?
The recording has stopped.
TCAM's having little problems over there. They're recording, they're not recording. They're not. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is on my video, not theirs. What they're saying is, I don't know what they're doing. They're in executive session, and Kieran will come back and let us know what they're doing. Even if it's not recording on their end, it will still be live here. So if they don't get their act together, I'll have the video. So there won't be, they're not going to make a mistake and blow executive session and we get to share it. That would be fun though. but I think they're gonna come back pretty quickly. But we have 3 elections coming up. We have one the first Tuesday in September, another one the first Tuesday in October, and another one on the first Tuesday in November. The first one in September is the state primary, and that's where we'll be deciding any of the contested races within the parties. They'll be, well, even if they're not contested, you're still going to vote for your candidate of choice in whichever political party's ballot you take. If you're a Democrat, you have to take a Democratic ballot.
This meeting is being recorded.
Don't ask me what they're doing. They're not, they don't know what they're doing over there. But anyway, I'm assuming you can hear TCAM.
All right, TCAM, I know we're just loading up here. Thank you for getting the recording back going, just testing our sound.
They're back. I'm out. I'm not going to.
Sound is good.
Thank you, sir.
We're gonna, new business, 5.1, police, Emily.
Yeah, 5.1 was our 7.1 executive session topic. And with the reduced staffing options at the police department currently, the officers had reached out to the chief in regards to having a rollover of vacation time. For those that aren't aware, they're on 12-hour shifts. They call it a Pittman clause, I think it is. And this requires them to work really long hours. And because of that, they're not really able to utilize much vacation time in this current environment. They had asked the select board to consider allowing their officers to roll over, PTO to be used, throughout the summer and, other times that are available when the schedule allows, and to keep, the hours and not lose them as a result of the turn of the fiscal year. I think the select board understands the sort of fragility of the department right now, and hopes that we can get to a solution with some more manpower over there in the near future.
So I'll make a motion to accept the police MOA as presented.
I second.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion and second.
It's a Wednesday.
Any further discussion?
So,
Roll call vote.
Laura Schifrin, yes.
Sarah Logan, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes. 5.2 highway GPI contract for Brookline Street Engineering Mass Dot work.
Yep, so this is for the Mass Dot work that was done on Brookline Street. That's nearly completed. We're in the closeout phase, but we have to approve the contract with GPI as they oversaw a lot of the work. And now they've actually done most of the work for what it's worth. But we just need to confirm the contract with them. So I had it in the shared file. We just need your support in signing it so that we can close that out. So.
Go ahead.
Help me out, Val.
I'll take a motion to approve the GPI contract for Brookline Street Engineering Mass DOT work as presented.
So moved.
Subject to town council approval too.
To sign out of session, subject to town council approval.
So moved.
Laura
Any further
Schifrin, second.
questions? Any further discussion, questions? It looked pretty straightforward, Karen. Nothing strained out of the ordinary.
Nope.
Roll call vote.
Laura Schifrin, yes.
Sarah Logan, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes. 5.3 town accountant.
Same thing. We're going to continue our 1-year contract with CBiz. That's Miss Elizabeth Bracchia for the town. Doing a wonderful job. Of course, I'd love to have a person here physically, but with our current budget, constraints, I think the support from CBiz, especially Elizabeth, is wonderful for the town. I would encourage you guys to support that, subject to town council approval.
Okay, I move to extend the CBiz advisors contract for 1 year pending council's approval.
Laura Schifrin, second.
Yeah, I would name Elizabeth Bracchia specifically as the town accountant.
I amend my motion to name Elizabeth Bracchia
Correct.
as the advisor.
I second the amendment.
Any further discussion?
No.
Roll call.
Laura Schifrin, yes.
Sarah Logan, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes. 5.4 hiring freeze exemption for intermittent seasonal labor, cemetery and parks.
Yep, just a standard, seasonal worker for them, but we have a hiring freeze, so we just want to make sure we bless this for them so they can continue on. So.
Okay, that's.
We good on that one?
Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
That was in the appointment list.
That's in the
Okay.
appointment list, and I met him.
Yeah, straight shooter. Yeah,
Nice kid.
you have them. So. Yeah, so just approval of the hiring freeze exemption for intermittent seasonal labor of cemetery and parks.
Does
So
that,
moved.
okay, second Laura Schifrin, does that now have to go to finance to approve?
They had already approved seasonal work for cemetery and parks. They just were waiting on the individual. So they said, oh, we know you're gonna have an employee come. So they were waiting for the
I looked
person.
at those two emails, they look to be the same from Don Hayes.
Yeah.
It was April.
Yeah, so I think Roger of Cemetery Parks had made the request and they were waiting for the kid to get out
Oh,
of school or something like that, you
yeah.
know, one of those kind of
And it was
times.
just last meeting
Yeah.
that they had. Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Roll call.
Laura Schifrin, yes?
Sarah Logan, yes.
Very good at Jess. 5.5, review and sign payroll and bills payable warrants out of session.
So moved.
Laura Schifrin, second.
Roll call.
Laura Schifrin, yes?
Sarah Logan, yes.
Very good at Jess. I think that's it for this. And now we have a couple executive sessions that I'm going to read in, and we will not be returning to open session after this.
So TCAM, the chair is going to read these out loud and we won't be coming back. So just an FYI for your purposes in the background and for those that are listening at home, thank you so much. And we'll see you next time.
7.2, executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A1, to discuss the reputation, character, physical condition, or mental health rather than the professional competence of an individual, or to discuss the discipline or dismissal of or complaints of charges brought against a public officer, staff member, or individual. 7.3, executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to pending litigation where an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town and the chair so declares. Mayotte intervenor versus Town of Townsend, Middlesex County Superior Court, docket number 2681 CV 01140. And I have aggregate so do declare. 7.4, executive session pursuant to open meeting law, chapter 30A, section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to pending litigation where an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town and the chair so declares. Harrison C. Mayotte, the Town of Townsend et al., Middlesex County Superior Court, docket number 2681 CV 01747. Have a second?
Second, I second.
Any questions? No? Roll call.
Laura Schifrin, yes?
Sarah Logan, yes.
Very good, Jess, and we will be adjourning from executive session.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great night.
The recording has stopped.
Thank you, Julie. I've been talking away, and I thank you for telling me I had not turned my mic back on. So I'm going to go right back to the beginning of what I can remember that I talked about. So the select board have gone into executive session. They're not coming back. And I misjudged. I don't know what I was thinking. I knew that the select board had abbreviated their meetings. So I had promised you a double header, and somehow I'm going to make it work. But the Conservation Commission, I promised a double header that we'd be doing the Conservation Commission after the select board, but they're not meeting until 7. So, sorry, I have to keep clearing my throat here. But they're not meeting till 7, so I got to find things to talk about for the next 2 hours, or I might pull up a recording of another meeting that has already happened, just to do some filler. But I was talking about let me see something here. Yeah, I'm not losing my mind. All right. Remove. How do I remove that? Hold on. Remove. Oh, there we go. It's touch screen. There it is. Okay. I just noticed, Julie, you're in my, I don't know if you're watching both videos or you moved over to my channel. I don't know. But I noticed you were on the Zoom call as well. But anyway. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Wow. All right. We got 3 elections coming up. We have the state primaries the first Tuesday in September. In October, the first Tuesday in October, we're electing the 2 seats for the select board. We've gone to 5-member board. And there's 2 vacant seats. We're electing the 2 people to fill those seats on the first Tuesday in October, October 6th. So make sure you vote then. Then we have the first Tuesday in November is going to be the state election. I don't know everybody that's running against whoever our regular seated people, but all of our state senators, state reps, our United States Congresswoman Lori Trahan's running for re-election, and we'll have there's the big matchup between Markey and Moulton. That will be handled in the primary in September, and whoever survives that primary will get to vote for them. And then we'll have a number of state ballot questions. There are 8 of them. They just certified those. Maybe during this 2 hour and 10-minute break, I may dig up what those ballot questions are and go through them without a lot of explanation, because I don't have the full explanation on all of them, but you can figure them out by the titles. So we'll get to those. But I want to make an announcement. I'm not going to talk a lot about it, but I'm making the announcement anyway. I'm going to back up to that select board election in October. Nomination papers are currently available. So if you have any interest in running, or if you know anybody that is, now is the time to get your papers, because you have to get 50 signatures on the nomination papers to get on the ballot. So you have until August 14th to pick up your papers, and you have until August 18th to return them with all the signatures, so that the Board of Registrars can check all your signatures. And there's been a lot of problems, not in Townsend, but statewide. Some of these state candidates have been getting fake signatures. So we even had a Republican lieutenant governor candidate who can't run because she can run a write-in, but she got a lot of fake signatures. So they pulled her off. They told her she can't be on the ballot. So make sure you get the right names. But anyway, we have 2 candidates, 2 people have picked up nomination papers for the select board. One of them is Kathy Spofford, our former town clerk, and the other one is me. I have taken out papers. I have taken out nomination papers, so you'll probably see me running around town asking people to sign my nomination papers to get on the select board on October 6th. So pay attention for that. I'll be running around with my clipboard, and Kathy took out nomination papers, but we'll see what she's going to do. Sometimes in elections, people change their mind and what have you. But anyway, so if anybody wants to run against us, now is the time to get those papers and get those signatures load it up, and we'll see what happens. Should be an interesting couple of months as we figure all that out. Okay, what else is going on? All right. One thing I think that people are going to start yelling and screaming about when I say this, but I've been watching the Board of Health meetings. I haven't been watching them live because I've been just so busy, but I watched the rerun, the repeat, the streamed version on the Townsend YouTube channel for the Board of Health meeting, and they were talking about the trash budget. And I'm sorry to inform you that we're already broke. It is not working. That was reported by the town accountant at their last meeting, that despite the fact that we're in sticker selling territory, the costs of the program are exceeding the revenue. They talked about a few, maybe I'll pull up their meeting in a little bit because I got to kill 2 hours now. But they've been trying to think of different ways where they can increase revenues, but a lot of which right now it's too late for this year, but we're going to be in a negative balance. We cannot have a negative balance. They are not raising enough money even to make it through this year. I'm not saying that they're canceling it halfway through. That would be something else. I'm just saying that the program's in trouble and they do not have the resources to maintain it. They're charging what, 100? Is it 150 or 175? I'm not on the program. I'm doing a private trash thing, which is working better for me. I really like what I'm doing. But the purple bag thing, the people that give us advice and know these types of programs statewide have advised us that we're at our max as far as there's a break point when people are asked to pay a certain fee for a purple bag. We're at our break point. We can't raise that number. At the earlier stages of the program, I thought it would be a good idea myself to raise that number to like $4 or $3.75, or I think it's $3.50 a bag. And what the state people were recommending is that going over $3.50, you'll start to have more people drop off. And we're not at 100% anyway. There are a lot of people are not on the program. A lot of us are, not a majority of people are in the program, but a lot of people are doing private. And some of that is because of the volume of trash. They have enough of a volume that a small dumpster is more reasonable for their lifestyle. And there are people that just find the not having to do a purple bag is more convenient, the stickers, the bags, and all that. And it is a lot sometimes to ask. A lot of communities don't do both. We made an attempt at doing both so that we could keep the fees down or try, I don't know. I'm really not sure why we're doing both, the stickers and the bags. Communities usually do one or the other. And most communities subsidize. Not all, but most communities are doing a subsidy of, there's like 200,000 is coming out of the taxpayers on top of the fees that people charge. Many communities do something that's easier, and this would be less costly for us if we chose this. It's too late for this year, and makes it a problem because we can't change it mid-year. We've already established the fees and charged for the stickers. We can't go back and say, oh, we need to charge you. We need an extra $50 from you for the sticker. We can't be doing that. You have to do it. And we've actually kind of contracted with our community to say, you pay for your sticker, that's good for 12 months. We can't change our mind and say, well, never mind, it's only good for 6. Because it's my opinion that if the program stops in December, we got to pay people back. We have to reimburse people. I don't know what town council would say, but I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's legal for us to charge for a full year and then not provide the service. So I'm not suggesting, don't take my words that I'm saying that the trash program is going to go belly up in a few months and you're going to have to do something else. I'm not suggesting that. The town will have to, the select board and the Board of Health will have to make a decision on this enterprise. There had been an agreement that we weren't going to use town funds, and it looks like we're going to, because they're not raising enough money. And when we have the enterprise fund, you can't go negative, or you can go negative temporarily, but it has to be, the bills have to be paid at the end by the taxpayer. So the budget, this could decimate our free cash. It can really cause a lot of problems, depending on how bad it gets. But right now, where we're at, we're in the red. Even with the sale of stickers right now, we're in the red, and it's the projection, which our accountant has provided in their Board of Health meeting, that the projection is we're not going to have the money. It's only, the red is going to get redder, if that's possible. There's more red coming, and because we're not just all the figures that go into determining what trash costs are we've had a year of experience in the program, and the only thing that's going to happen is it's going to get worse, and or stay as red as it is, or we're not going to be turning any profit. Not that we're supposed to. We need to make a little bit of a profit. It's not a profit, but to stay in the green, so that we can continue to manage this program. And some of the things that go into this, it's the purple bags, the trash stickers, but the real problem is the tipping fees. What we're throwing away, and what Shaw's. All this goes to Shaw's. I am blaming Shaw's partially. They're not enforcing recycling properly. We don't have any incentive for them to do so. We've not put anything in the contract to require them to refuse to take improper things that aren't recyclable. They're taking everything, and if you want to put it in recycling, they're going to take it, and it's going to end up not in a purple bag, and it ends up in our tipping fee. So, like, if you put your recycling in a plastic bag, a clear plastic bag or a white plastic bag, and you put it out, Shaw's will take that and throw it in the recycling bin. When it gets to, they take this stuff to a company, a recycling center, huge operation. And when it gets there, they reject that truck. They reject the contents of the truck in the recycling side. It's now contaminated because the plastic has been chewed up and it's contaminated the rest of the load. And so that it goes on the trash side. So it will be charged the tipping fee, even though none of that trash, what is now trash, which you thought was recycling, is now trash. And we're going to be charged a tipping fee, and there were no purple bags fees charged. So this tipping fee, it far exceeds what could possibly fit in a purple bag. It's beyond that. And that's just where Shaw's is. Who cares? They put it in, they're not enforcing recycling properly. And there's a lot of things that we don't know, that the Board of Health has not made any effort to educate the public on what can be recycled and what can't. There's a list someplace, but it's not even complete. And nobody's really educating. And in fact, Shaw's will say, oh no, I'll take everything. Yes, you will take everything, but you're going to get a tipping fee for it. So we get screwed. It's costing more and more. And the incentive for individuals is low to have an enforcement as well. So if I got if I got to pay for purple bags, if I can quote unquote get away with putting something in my recycling, oh, they took it, so everything's okay. And that's a false sense of security completely. And it also, leads in more of an incentive for the homeowner or the trash customer to cheat a little. Or, gee, is this we all go through this. Is this recyclable or is this trash? And when we have to pay for yet another purple bag, sometimes people, I don't get purple bags, so I'm not talking about myself, but the decision factor will lean towards recycling, even though it might not be. It probably isn't recyclable, but I'm going to throw it in recycling anyway. But because it could be. And if they take it, I win. If it's not recyclable, they shouldn't take it, right? Well, they are, even if they can tell that it's not recyclable. And that's where I talk about the clear plastic bags. Putting recycling in a clear plastic bag is it's going to end up in the trash. In fact, and it will contaminate the rest of the load. So it contaminates the trash for everybody else. Also, another problem is cardboard, paper products. People leave their paper products outside all the time and not in a covered container. Wet cardboard is not recyclable. Shaw's will take wet cardboard. They always have. And if you have any paper that gets wet, none of that is recyclable. Shaw's will take it and they will put it in the recycling truck. And they will take it to the recycling place that they go to dispose of it. And everything gets weighed down there. That's how they come up with these numbers. Well, everything that is not recyclable, just like that plastic bag, the cardboard is not accepted as recyclable. So it ends up on the tipping fee. And the town and Shaw's just passes the tipping fee on to the town. And we're paying the tipping fee. Not only is it just the wet cardboard, but again, this contaminates the entire load. So if, let's say everybody on my street or your street or anybody's street has got all their trash out, they got all the recycling, and a couple of people have wet cardboard, the plastic bags with recycling in it, shredded paper. I'll get to shredded paper next. So you got a couple people that have this stuff. You got 5, 6 houses, 10 houses maybe that did everything exactly perfectly right. Absolutely everything is properly bagged in the trash, and the recycling is 100% perfect. They did it exactly right. They've got all their cardboard and paper is in a covered container and it's dry. There's no plastic bags in the recycling, and it's done exactly the way it's supposed to, 100% recyclable. Well, this one truck is going to stop at the house that's got the wet cardboard, then stop at the next house with the shredded paper, then stop at the next house with who left all their recycling open, and there's even water in the container probably, and they're going to put that in there, and they're going to go in there with all the other recycling that was right. Well, now that load is contaminated. The wet cardboard is going to get mixed in with all the dry stuff, and the dry stuff isn't going to be dry anymore. It will be contaminated. I keep using the word contaminated because that's what's used in trash collection and trash. In the DEP, they refer to it as contamination. And as a matter of fact, let me talk about one more recycling problem, and that's shredded paper. I need to let you know that shredded paper is not recyclable, ever. You can't put it in a paper bag. You can't put it in a plastic bag. It is 100% not acceptable. It is a nightmare to deal with at the recycling point. Talk about contamination. If you take recycled paper, shredded paper, and you throw it up, I mean, if I had some handy, I would demonstrate it, and I'd be wearing shredded paper for the rest of this video, and this shirt would even make it into the wash with more shredded paper in it. I'd probably never get it all off. Depends on how much shredded paper I use, of course, but that's what will happen. It contaminates everything. You put shredded paper into a recycling truck, And absolutely every single thing in that truck is now contaminated with shredded paper. And that is not okay. Even your empty laundry soap containers, your water bottles, your milk jugs, shampoo bottles, whatever you got in your recycling that you did perfectly right has now got all these little pieces of paper stuck to it. The recycling center cannot sit there and somebody's sitting there with tons of plastic, pulling off little pieces of shredded paper off the plastic. They can't do that. The entire truckload is contaminated, and guess what? Goes over to the trash side, and the trash, this is now trash that gets added into our tipping fee. The tipping fee just gets billed to the town. Shaw's just, oh, there's our tipping fee, Townsend. Here you go. The one big number here is the contamination rate. Yes, there's my contamination word, contamination rate. The contamination rate is a known number that the trash place, recycling place, gives to Shaw's or any trash hauler. They get that rate, and they're notified how much of their recycling was not accepted. And that is called the contamination rate. And that is for Shaw's 20 to 22%. So 20% of everything that you're recycling goes into trash at the end of the truck trip, that haul. 20% of everything we're putting out there, it goes into trash, and we get charged a tipping fee. The town is getting charged the 20% of total. I mean, it's not 20% number, cash dollar amount, but 20% of what we're recycling is going over to the trash side, and it gets, that tonnage gets added to our tipping fee. It is a significant, 20% is a significant number. It should be no more than 15, but that number is costing this town. And there is nothing in the contract that creates any kind of incentive to cause Shaw's to enforce recycling. Enforcing recycling means they get less revenue. The more they take up, the more they get paid. If they don't take up, if they do not pick up the recycling, they're not going to get paid for that. So they're going to take it up. You see where I'm going here? Shaw's is not enforcing recycling. And also our people, but the Board of Health is also not notifying residents. There's no information going out as to what we're doing wrong. A lot of people don't know that some people are putting things in recycling that they shouldn't. People are putting things in trash they shouldn't. But that's a different, but the education, there's more than 20% we could get back if we educated you and me and whoever's on throwing anything away. I don't care if you're on the town or if you're using a private hauler. It doesn't matter. We could all use some education on what is recyclable. And a lot of people are putting things in recycling and they just don't know that it's not acceptable at the recycling point, and it will end up in the trash anyway. And most of us, I believe that most of us do care about doing the right thing with recycling. And if we knew what the right thing was, we would do it. And regardless of it costing us more, because we have to, if we know it's not recycling, that means it's trash and we need to put it in the trash ourselves, or we need to stop throwing things in recycling that's really, we didn't know it wasn't recyclable, like the shredded paper. Shredded paper is not recyclable, ever. And you cannot put your recycling in a plastic bag. Never. Don't do it. Shaw's will say, oh yeah, they'll take it. Yeah, they'll take it, but it goes into the contamination side of the house. Don't buy that shit. Another controversial item is pizza boxes. If you go to the States, recycling website or Recycle Mass, whatever it is, they just argue very loudly that pizza boxes are recyclable. I'm suspecting that whoever, as it goes down the line, the pizza boxes are just not being accepted. I have a private hauler. I don't use Shaw's. I use someone else. And I have in my marching papers, my official, this is what you will and won't put in there. Pizza boxes are a no-go. I'm not allowed to put pizza boxes in my recycling. So rather than argue with them, because the state says we can, and my hauler's saying, no, you can't. I'm going to trust my hauler when they say it's trash, because I don't have to pay purple bags or anything. I pay the same much, I have no incentive to screw up here. I could throw away 96 gallons every 2 weeks. I got plenty of room. So, and I have to put it in bags, but my trash has to go in bags, but not purple ones. And I have no incentive to throw things in recycling that's not recyclable. If they are telling me, if my hauler's telling me don't throw away a pizza box in recycling, okay, I'll take their word for it. Because what that tells me, because I've studied this enough, that what that tells me is that at the end of the road where they're dropping off their recycling, they're getting reject. They're people that are putting pizza boxes in the recycling center is not accepting them. Even though the state tells us they're supposed to or they should, they're really recyclable, it's low volume, there's a little bit of grease in the center. I suspect because there are still remnants of food in a pizza box. Most of us we gotta get every crumb out of here. We don't get every crumb out of the pizza box. So I'm suspecting that people keep throwing, the crust pieces. There's still pepperoni and cheese and pineapple in the pizza box when people are throwing it in recycling. And so they're getting rejected. And rather than policing the pizza boxes individually, my hauler said, don't give me your pizza boxes in the recycling. So these are important points that make a difference, because even if the state and even Shaw's will take everything, they will, but it hurts the town when they do that. So if we're more educated and say, all right, one thing about pizza boxes, if you have a big yard, I mean, some people don't, but if you have a compost pile, which many people do, I highly recommend a compost pile where you're putting your food scraps that are vegetable-based, plant-based, or you're putting your leaves, you're putting leftover salads, minus the salad dressing. If you have salad dressing in your salad, you really should throw that in the trash or there's a food scrap. We got this food scrap thing now. If you got food scraps, you're really supposed to be putting it in that, which is, you got to pay for that too. But call Carla about that. I'm not really into that. Anyway. But if you have compost, you could put a pizza box out there. It takes a little longer for it to compost, but put it underneath stuff, your pizza box will compost. I've done it. I've been throwing mine away. I don't eat pizza that often, but I've been throwing them away. I have put some in the compost pile to see, but I'm not generating really large amounts of compost. So I don't know what to tell you, but I'm spending a lot of time on pizza boxes, but people will get into debates about pizza boxes. So that's why I'm spending so much on it. But these are things that are costing the town, and it's causing our trash program to go belly up. What does this mean? We're going to run out of money. The town's budget is not able to absorb the loss. This was part of the guarantee. It was heavily discussed at town meeting a year ago. And unfortunately, it's coming up again. But between the Board of Health and the Select Board, they're going to have to discuss this very soon, because it's going to be a budget problem when once we get free cash certified, which it's expected to be very low this year, and considering however bad the winter's going to be, and whatever other urgent matters are pending, but free cash has been shrinking because our growth. I mean, I can sit here all night and talk about what's wrong with our financial situation. And you will be hearing from me more about this as we're getting ready for the select board election. But the trash program is not, they got to fix something. They cannot raise any rates right now. And in raising the rates, I kind of gone off topic a little bit, but raising the rates even for next year to try to compensate to make more money, it won't work. And the reason why it won't work is the recommended fees. If we're at the max of what would be tolerable or affordable. Somebody just sent me a message, override for trash. Well, that'll be on the list. That's on the list. I mean, that should be on the list. I think that should be on the list. On the list, not, okay, this is what we're going to do. No, just, I shouldn't have said anything about that comment. But anyway, but oh, now I'm laughing. But we can't raise the cost any further. You're really going to be laughing now. Yeah, I agree, but I'm not going to say it out loud right now. But I will be saying it out loud later. Well, never mind. I'm not going to say that either. I'm going to. I'm sorry. I'm responding to somebody who's texting me offline, and it's popping up on my screen here. We can't charge any more for stickers because we'll drop people off, which the number of people that will drop off will exceed any benefit there would have been from raising the sticker fee. And we can't raise the rate on the plastic bags for the exact same reason, because if we charge $4 for a plastic bag, for a purple bag, it'll be, we hit the mark when you do the math. If you do the math, for a lot of people, if you do the math, you're going to find that it's cheaper for you to go off the town. And I'm not trying to incentivize you to go off the town, but if you go off the town, that's your decision. And there are many factors that people use to make that decision about doing the sticker thing or just going private. I went private mostly for convenience, and I just, for myself, it's like, I don't want to do this. It's probably cheaper for me to do the purple bags and the fee. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. And it's just, I need convenience. I'm retired. I'm very busy retiree, but it's easier for me if I don't. I'm really happy with the program I have. But when we have the rates at what they are, the cost of a purple bag, you have to look at your volume. And if you're low volume, this purple bag business is cheaper. But once you get higher volume, it's not. It's more expensive, because if you go private, there's minimums. You're going to pay a certain amount minimum, regardless of how much trash you have. And then if you're exceeding they have a maximum trash volume, and then you have to go to another tier. And sometimes that tier goes to a dumpster. And that's true. If you got that much trash, it's a dumpster. If you can fill a small dumpster every couple of weeks, you probably that's what you need to do. It would be much cheaper than putting all these purple bags out, and much more convenient too. But if you're low volume, because of the minimum fees that all the trash haulers have to do, they're not doing anything wrong, but they have to charge a minimum fee to come to your house. And But if you're below that volume, then you're still making out with the purple bags. But once you cross over, there is a point where it's cheaper for you to get a private hauler. And that's where we're at. If they raise rates, then more people, the legitimate math, the legitimate, do the calculations on your own. If we raise the rates, both either or both, the purple bags or the sticker price, it will be cheaper for more people. There'll be a slice of our population that it will be make more sense for them to go off the town. So we're in that point. The only thing I see that could possibly save us is the education. And if the Board of Health can do an addendum to the contract, I don't know if they can, because I mentioned this when they were doing the contract and they didn't put it in. There's no incentive. If they can get an incentive for Shaw's to enforce recycling, other than just a law, there's no financial incentive. But they need to get a report every month from what the contamination rate is, from the recycling point, and they need to enforce Shaw's to get that. What a contract needs to do is penalize the trash hauler for a high contamination rate, and a financial penalty that, and require them to reduce that to a certain number. And that number, I don't have it right now. It should be closer to 15%. What we'd have to do is review the Mass DEP data, and they provide it. The state has the data to give towns what the numbers ought to be and what a reasonable contamination rate is, because it's not going to be zero. It's never going to be zero. People, it just happens. Things happen that are unintentional, and some people are just going to throw things away. They're improperly. It's going to happen. But an educated population will try to do the right thing, I'm certain. Even in Townsend, there are people that will do the right thing. I believe that. So if we can if the Board of Health can get up and start providing education, I mean, I don't have time to do it all. I've really been really busy trying to do other things. But if the education can get out there, and we can, as a community, enforce it ourselves and educate each other, and to tell people you can't be putting your trash out like this. And we do I mean, Carla does go around sometimes and acts as the trash police, but she needs to, if she's going to go out, or somebody's going to go out, and I identify these scofflaws, these people doing the wrong thing with recycling, and letting them, but mostly educating, not like writing tickets. But if you refuse to comply, then maybe you should get a fine. But I don't know that we have a real good structure here where there's any penalties for community members to violate the recycling rules. So, but we need to educate ourselves about what we should and should not be recycling. And that will actually bring down the tipping fee, at least 5%. And that is a very doable number for the community to do on their own. We can reduce the contamination rate by 5% without creating an incentive against Shaw's. We need to do it. We can do it ourselves. And that's no wet paper, no wet cardboard, no recycling in plastic bags, no pizza boxes, no shredded paper. Those alone. I know there are people out there that say, that's not right, Cindy. We can put our recycling. No, you can't. You need to stop doing it. And that will save a lot of money. It will. But all that stuff needs to go in your trash, inside your purple bag, and stop. Even if you're on private haul, that I do everything I can to throw things away properly. I think I got it right 99% of the time, because if I just throw things out willy-nilly and don't pay any attention to the rules, it's going to cost my hauler more money, and they're going to raise rates. And it's a business relationship I have with my private hauler. It's not a community relationship. It's not my government. It's a private business. So they can do whatever the hell they want and whatever their market will bear. And I don't want them to raise my rates. So, and I'm hoping that all the other customers for the company that I'm using feel the same way, or really grasp that. If we do the right thing, our hauler will make enough money that they can keep rates exactly where they're at. That's our sense. That's my sense. And that makes sense. So we need to work on that. But our trash program is at risk. I'm hoping that it doesn't get so bad that they may have to figure out a way to terminate it early. But at the rate we're going, this is the last year of the system we have. And the only other option is what a lot of most communities, as I was saying earlier, have either a fee or purple bags. I mean, they do different color bags, but I'm going to use purple bags because that's what we use. Either have a fee or you use purple bags. And if you're just doing purple bags, there usually has to be a subsidy from the town. We can't afford that. So most towns have really gone to a completely fee-based. And that's like $400 or $500 a year. And it doesn't matter whether you're a high volume, low volume. No, you get a sticker. You have a sticker. And not the big, you don't need an 8.5 by 11 sticker. I think we're overpaying for, I mean, we can have a smaller sticker. I don't know why they're so big. We got expensive stickers. I don't know why. I really don't. But you'd still get a sticker, but it's towns that are doing this successfully are charging over $400 per sticker. Yes, indeed. And depending on the community, depending on the circumstance. Oh, and another one. I disagree with this. I don't think that this system has been fair. What the Board of Health did was they're giving a discount for multifamily units. You can get town-supported trash if you're up to 3 units, up to 3 apartments, or condos, or whatever you have. And we're giving discounts, and I don't think we should. That we're losing our shirts there, because it's still the same amount of trash that they're throwing away the same amount of trash as those of us in single-family homes, but they're not paying the same amount, and I don't think that's right. I don't think giving a discount. Why? And then they give discounts through. Well, I think they had some. They did. I think they did get a grant from TEO to help with that, but they're giving out discounts in order to keep people in the program, but some of those discounts are costing us, and it ends up everybody pays. So we either, I don't know, but we don't have the money in the budget to subsidize trash right now. It would require, I hate to say it, but if somebody will entertain an override I'm going to say it again this year, we need an override in order to just keep things going. Town hall's closed on Fridays now, and I think that might be a permanent thing. They introduced it as a summer program because of air conditioning, the cost of air conditioning, especially we had a heat wave a while ago. Keeping the utilities down on Fridays. And that, I'm sure that will help the budget a little, but keeping it through the winter, you still got to heat the building, but you don't have to have it to how comfortable am I. The comfort level for people to come in and out, and the doors not opening all the time. In the winter, you got heat on, but people are going in and out of that back door constantly. The heat's just going right outside. And we're heating the outside, which doesn't work very well, in case you haven't noticed. But I think the Friday closing is a permanent thing. And we're going to start seeing reduced hours for employees. We're going to have to cut because we don't have, the townspeople have voted time and time again against raising our budget. So the cuts are really coming. But anyway, we'll get off that. So it's 5:30. I've got an hour and a half. I have to talk for an hour and a half. Let's see. Let me see. I'm going to go play around over here. All right, people are watching this. Let's see. People are watching. Oh, all right. I'm not in the right spot. Let me get to, oh, I don't want that. See if I can find. What's this? Nope, I don't want that. I'll pull up the town here. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm going to turn off my mic here for a minute. And yeah, I'll keep myself up here, but I'm going to turn off my mic. That won't work, will it? All right, I'm going to just do this anyway. Hold the phones here. I'm going to pull up. Where is it? That's not what I was looking at. Oh, that is it. Okay. I'm going to let this part play. Let's see. All right, I'm going to play this.
The first year. I'm not sure if you have increased the bag cost or fees for the program yet for 27.
So the increase was for 125 to 150 for the sticker program, plus the revenues from Waste Zero. This is all the numbers that we have, Elizabeth, until June.
Yes,
So we are over how much?
32,151.
Okay,
That's from last year. Whole
And you have,
sensation.
you've also received a bunch of stickers, as you can see in June. There was 18,000 received, so some of that is for fiscal year 27 for this coming year.
okay. So we're even with those stickers, we are still, that will be rolled over to the enterprise account then, right?
Well, so this doesn't include the 160. This is just showing you what your actual expenses and revenues were without the 160. That was the cash that came in. If you look at, let me see if I can trial balance over. Oh, my Adobe's not working. I can't bring it over, but I sent you reports and you have a positive balance at the end of the year because of the 160 that you received.
That's on the next page.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me update this. So you're at about 127 rolling over into the next fiscal year. I just wanted to show you what your program is doing, revenues versus expenses, without the 160. Because if it runs a deficit year over year, eventually you'll be in deficit for the entire year. You'll eat into that balance,
Of course.
right? So you are increasing, and that should help. I don't know how much, and I don't know if, the more you go up, will more people drop out of the program, is something to consider too. I don't know if you've gotten any feedback from residents on it or pushback on it. Have you?
So my
Anybody
understanding,
else?
we have over 1,800 people that have signed in for the sticker program. So
Okay.
that should make a difference at some point on this. And I don't have Carla with me either. So let me see here.
Do you have a sense for how many people signed up last year? Is it increased?
What's the total number last year? Remember?
I don't remember from the top of my head the people but it went over the 1,802 last year, but I don't remember from the top of my head exactly.
That's
Okay.
it. Yeah, very similar.
Okay. And the fee price went up by $25?
Yes.
25.
So that's like an extra 45 grand thereabouts in revenue on the fees.
All right. Some of the expenses went up with Waste Zero though, on the cost of the bags. We didn't increase them, we absorbed. But I don't have those numbers.
We don't have those numbers either yet.
So push comes to shove. Now we're gonna keep it in. We didn't? Is that what you're saying?
That's the way I see it. If we're not taking in the 160 grand into consideration.
Well, she took the 160 out, we had 32,000.
We overspent $32,000, she said.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Isn't that what we said?
Yeah, the expenses exceed revenues by the 32.
Okay,
Plus the 160.
well, that's what like 160.
If you add 160 back, it does, obviously that's there. But if you run a deficit, like I said, it'll eat into the 160. And this
We gotta get-
includes some fees for the program fee,
Yeah,
pre-collected, if you will, when people paid in June for next year. So keep in mind, it was running about, 500 a month, 875. Then in June, it jumped up to 18,950, which indicates that people prepaid for the program.
all right. So if we don't get more participation, the program's gonna fail this year, is what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying that, yeah, well, yes, your expenses exceed the revenue, so you're gonna need more participation or increased fees, which, you know, could have an adverse effect, which people will go, I'm just gonna go privatize if we're gonna keep raising the prices, right? So,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
we're gonna try to get more participation, so. Well, that's, I've got a few ideas. We'll talk.
Cut to the chase, you know, without, just not about the adverse effect, it's either it does or it doesn't. You know what I mean? And
Well,
I understand that.
We'll make it to the 11th month right now without getting more participation. So. We'll do 1 month without trash pickup, that's all. We'll get more participation. It's enough people around town with dumpsters that really, it'd be nice to get them in the program.
So 32,000.
Is that what we
We
went
went up
for?
by 45,000 in revenue.
Right. That should help. Now all we can do is keep tracking it month to month.
So to be safe with the 1,800 people, we should, if we went up another $25, you know, $175 a sticker, we'd be in a little bit better shape.
From next year, we might have to do that.
As of now.
But it's a little late, we've already sold the stickers, so. We'll have to sell more bags, that's all.
Okay, anyways.
Okay, so
I stopped sharing.
all my sleep for the next 6 months, so. Or you sell lemonade and trash bags.
Elizabeth, this, when it says the ledger history, trial balance, general ledger on that says waste management enterprise cash that has, from this period up to date, from fiscal year 2026. Tell me more about, because it says here, 3 accounts ending totalizing from $667,154.56. And then on the bottom says 0. Can you explain this?
Yeah, that's a trial balance that just shows you like where the account's at. The most important number there is the top number, which is the cash. That's the cash on hand. That's your, all the revenues and all the expenses that hit that, and that's where your balance is at the moment.
111,000.
Okay.
0 is
Yeah.
actually good. It means it's balanced.
Okay. Better. All right.
Do we have any more questions to Elizabeth regarding?
It's, again, we gotta work on more participation to make the program successful. We'll have to get the word out around town. It'd be nice for people to join.
Well, even at
And,
that, right, we said 1,800 and there's 3,400 residents, plus or minus.
32, I think.
32. I gotta do the numbers, but yeah, so we would need. I think we gotta focus on what we had last year plus this year, because it's not gonna change, I don't think. I mean, so I think we should focus on, you know, raising the fees and raising the bags, because it's trying to push people into getting into the program isn't gonna make it.
Rick, can you take minutes?
Yeah, I'm writing now.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All
right.
So one thing could be in consideration is, you're saying, Todd, like raising the
bag
fees.
I think we should focus on that versus, I mean, of course, we need to focus on getting more participants too,
Mhm.
but I think we need to take the average number we have now, this year, last year, and focus on those amount of people that we have and see what we need to make it work with those
All right.
residents, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because to build that number up, it's gonna be a large number of
And
new stickers.
we gotta crack down on the waste management companies coming into town, because my neighbor today had cardboard sticking out like out of his dumpster. No, they don't recycle at all. And that's embarrassing to be my next door neighbor. So we've got to crack down, manage the company that supplies this, or anybody licensed in our town needs to supply recycling.
I think that's another chapter.
Well, by doing that, then their rates go up and then people want to come back to our program. It's gonna cost them money to have a second truck come around and pick up recycling. So, right now it's teetering on, they both cost about the same. It's a little bit cheaper to spend the $150 if you're a smaller family. If you're a large family like me, it's a lot cheaper for me to get a dumpster. I'm staying on the program to help support it. So, trying to make it successful.
And Elizabeth, one more thing, on the page that says expense control report expenditure ledger. Can you, is this all part of the same projections? Because it says here, waste services, trash tonnage, and all that kind of stuff.
The expenditure report?
Mhm.
Okay, that is your budget for fiscal year 26 and all your expenses for the year. Let me pull it up. Like I said, I have it up, but my Adobe's locked up, so I gotta pull the report up on Vadar.
Well, one thing that varies is time. We're doing labor plus tonnage. Tonnage has been coming down. We can look at last year's numbers now and start comparing, but they came down tremendous from 2024 to 25 to 26. So, all right. Want to move on?
Let's see here, because I see here that at the end, it says 88,196 with 44 cents. That's the total of the expenditure balance, right?
Yeah, that was the unexpended amount of the budget.
Okay, so that means. Okay. Does anyone have any other questions regarding the page as you throw enterprise fund update or updates? Even the people that are online?
Right.
Okay.
We're helpful.
Notebook for a planning board.
Right upstairs.
So in this case, then, we thank you, Elizabeth, for coming in. Oh, and
Okay.
one more
Yeah.
thing, on
Yeah.
1.3 Board of Health year-end budget discussion. Do you have those numbers too, or no?
The year-end budget,
Yep,
after this warrant, I'll have the final.
okay,
This week's warrant is the final 26 and it gets posted tomorrow.
Okay.
so this is gonna
Whatever you
be,
guys submitted for that budget will reduce the 88,000 by whatever you guys have approved for bills.
okay, so this is gonna be continued for our next meeting then, year-end budget discussion, because we don't have the final number, so they'll be continued then.
We're gonna say on 27.
On 7/27 will be continued then. Elizabeth, thank you very much for coming in and,
You're welcome.
and have a great rest of the afternoon, okay?
Thank you. You as well. Have a good night, everybody.
You too,
Bye-bye.
bye. Okay, so 1.3 will be continued on our next meeting on 7/27. 1.4, 45 and 61 Edward Road enforcement discussion. Regarding the enforcement discussion for 45 Edward Road, we received communication.
Okay, I'm done with that one. So basically you got to hear what I was talking about. I gotta bring up my screen again. Hi, I'm back. regarding the risks that we have to our trash program. They were talking about the potential. They weren't talking about the cost of actual trash, which that bothers me. That the real money is coming in, the bill is coming in at the tipping fee, and the sticker charges and the purple bag charges are pretty minimal compared to where the tipping fee is. If you were to rewind what I just did, or you go to the Board of Health, the Town of Townsend's YouTube channel to really, you can zoom in a little bit better, but you can look at what the tipping fees are and you can see the number, how bad that is. They aren't focusing on that. They're just accepting that, which I think is wrong, not a good idea. They were talking about raising fees and or just trying to get people to come into the program, and we're talking about gee, I wish some of the people that have dumpsters would come into the program. And it's like, if you've got a dumpster, that decision's been made for you already. Your trash is exceeding what you can handle. Most people, like Paul Serene is who said that he could use a dumpster and probably should use a dumpster. But he wants to support the town by having the purple bags, and he produces a lot of purple bags. He's a very high volume trash producer. And for him, I could be wrong, but I think that it would help the town if he did get a dumpster, because it would not be impacting, because part of it, you have to do a couple stages of the formula here, where the trash sticker is a finite number, 150. I was thinking it was 175. It's 150. That doesn't change regardless of how much trash you throw out. The volume of trash you throw out is where the purple bags come in. But if you have an excessive amount of purple bags, which isn't a bad thing, okay, but the cost effectiveness of you being on the program goes down the more trash you throw away. The most efficient is a lower number. The most efficient trash volume for the town's program is a lower number, even though, somebody's sending me, even though, hey, I'm paying my $350, well, when you're getting into the tipping fee, if you're throwing away, it's like 10 bags a week, you're moving outside the reasonable amount. We can't, the structure, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're not doing anything wrong, but you're starting to cost the town. If I did all the math, if I completely put out a whole formula here, if you're putting out an excessive number of purple bags, if you're putting out like four purple bags, up to 4 purple bags per week, that is the most efficient. Up to. Once you go over that, it starts to become inefficient for the town, for the budget. It does. It's fine. We were on the old system. You could put out the equivalent of 4 purple bags, which it was just trash barrels. 230. It's a purple bag. Well, maybe I'll do it someday, but the purple bags are $350. You just do the math. Look at the spreadsheet that Elizabeth just had up on the screen. Figure out how much money we're collecting and how much we're paying out to Shaw's. But $3.50 a bag is actually not enough. The more for the town, the more trash you throw out, the less efficient it is because you're paying the 175. If you're paying double that, if you're doubling your trash, then it would be more efficient. But the more trash bags you put out, the less benefit that is to the town. Not you, the town. The more trash bags you put out, that's better for you because you only pay the 175 and you're paying only $3.50 for the bags, despite the fact our tipping fees exceed the cost of actually disposing of our trash exceeds the $3.50 because our tipping fees are excessive and the budget is shrinking. We, as the accountant just explained, we're behind the curve. We're not bringing in enough revenue to pay for the trash we're throwing away. And that was just explained. We are going to run out of money. And the board was just saying, yep, at the 11th month, yep, that's about right. If things continue the way they're continuing, we're going to run out of money at the 11th month. And they were making jokes about just canceling trash, but they can't because we're paying Shaw's anyway, because he's on a 12-month contract. So that doesn't work. There's no really workable other than reducing the amount of trash. So those who have what I call an excessive amount of trash, you are cheaper to get a dumpster, and it's probably better. It is cheaper for you to get a dumpster if, no, that's not it. That's what trash costs. It costs a lot of money to get rid of trash, and it's getting more and more expensive. Anywhere, I don't care where you go, you're not going to get. We're probably one of the cheapest towns around for trash disposal, but if you calculate what it costs to get a dumpster, a small dumpster, through Shaw's or anybody, whoever's selling the dumpsters, whoever's renting them, if you have a lot of purple bags that you're putting out now, if you add up just for yourself, your own individual cost to $3.50 a bag, and you add that up into the number of gallons of trash you're throwing away, it's cheaper. Once you go to a certain point, you're not saving any money by staying on the town. It is cheaper for you to say, screw the town, and I'm going to get a dumpster. And that is cheaper. And it's not, that's just math. You can figure it out yourself. You don't need me. It's $3.50 times 30. It's 32 gallons for $3.50. The small dumpsters. I did all this math last year, and people got mad at me because there were a lot of people who are under the 4 bags a week. So if you're under the 4 bags a week, the purple bag program is cheaper for you, and it is actually cheaper for the town for those people. If you're like 2 bags a week, or less, let's see, 2 bags. If you're 2 bags, but the town's doing okay with you. Once you get to 4 and 5 and 6, I don't know. It gets the efficiency goes down. So the trash program is in trouble, and we're going to have to, between the select board and the Board of Health, we're going to have to come up with another idea because this isn't going to work. We're going to run out of money. Elizabeth did just explain that the expenses are exceeding month over month right now. And it's unsustainable in its current form. But anyway, I'm just letting you know. I brought up because I got these 2 hours to kill. Now I got an hour. I've got it down an hour. I only got to kill an hour. So I don't know if I can pull up another meeting and just throw things out. But yeah. So I know the trash topic gets people all riled up, but I'm trying to let people know these issues early. I see them happening. It hasn't hit the political cycle yet. It's just things that are being discussed inside of board meetings. And I know most of the people in the town do not watch board meetings. I do. If I don't catch them live, I'll catch them on a replay. And sometimes people, for that one, a couple of boards, sometimes people say, Cindy, did you watch that meeting? No, what happened? Oh, you better watch it. Okay. So, and this was one of them that I needed to watch. Yeah, there's more things happened at the Board of Health meeting too. The VFW does not have a food permit. Maybe I should bring that meeting back up again. What is? Oh, that's just my, what? Okay, that's just my YouTube channel. All right. Yeah, so we got another hour. The select board are not coming back. We're just waiting. I'm just coming up with filler material to get through until the 7 p.m. Conservation Commission meeting. And I think what I'll do now, what am I doing? I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to see. I'm going to pull up the agenda. Boy, I'm killing time here. Oh yeah, taxes are due. By the way, if you own a house or if you have property taxes, taxes are due on the 3rd of August because the 1st is a weekend. So your taxes are due on the 3rd. But bring it in before that so that you don't forget. Your water bills also due at the end of the month. So they don't have the same rules as property taxes. You got to pay your water bill sooner than that, or you'll get an extra fee on that. What am I looking for? Conservation agenda. Oh, of course, now I have to. I got to jump through all these hoops to make it work. I'm going to open with preview. Oh, we're getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. That's not what I want. I haven't pulled up a document in a long time. See if I can. Nope, that's not it. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to get myself out of here so that the font is easier to see. Oops, that's not what I want. Hold on. That wasn't right either. I think that's better. All right. Nope, I'm not in the right spot. Okay. Phew. Yes. All right. We're on a roll. I finally got all my checks and balances in here. Now I got to go back to the document. Someday I'll have my 2 screens running. But this is what we're going to talk about at 7 o'clock. 55 minutes to go. All right. Oh, they got all this miscellaneous junk. All right. Okay, call the meeting to order, pledge of allegiance, blah, blah, blah. Review meeting minutes, fine. Agent report, don't know what that will be. They're gonna talk about Seaver Road. They're applying for some permits and they have to get, part of the development is within 100 feet of a wetland. So that has to go through the conservation. Then they're gonna go over 80 Main Street. This is the Townsend Historical Society again. Is they're requesting, this is the church, the Harbor Church. Notice that there's all kinds of traffic cones up there. I don't know what is really going on over there, but whatever it is, I don't understand I don't understand. It's that simple. They're relocating the septic system. I thought they already did that. And the stormwater management area. Then we have conversion of lawn area to parking area. They're going to remove 2 more trees. And they want to include ecological restoration and stewardship area, which they've already been in trouble because of trees. And I don't know. They're trying to finagle something to not have a problem here. And this should be an interesting discussion. Jim Gates, the chair, did not put on here that public comment's not allowed. They didn't put it that it is allowed, so I guess it's not allowed. I don't know. But that should have some conversation. Then we have on 0 Brookline Road, which I believe is actually up at the end somewhere, or it's off. I think it's probably up on the New Hampshire border. Maybe. No, maybe not. See, when people have 0 Brookline Road, I don't know where this is. I have to look at the assessor's map. But it's Kevin Smith is going to talk about wherever this is and putting in a new septic. And he's dealing with within a 200-foot riverfront area, an amendment of filing to include rebuilding of a cabin, access road, creating of hayfield and pond. I'm not pulling up the map. We can pull that up. During the meeting, they'll share screen. I'm certain. So I'm sure it's probably. I don't think this is a big deal. I don't think it is. I could be wrong, but he's replacing an existing. Proposed project just for the installation of a new septic system. I don't know that means. It doesn't say replacement, so it's probably all new. He's doing something new up there. Okay. Then we have 1 Brown Road certificate of compliance. Don't know what that is. And they're going to be discussing, trail creation and maintenance. Conservation Commission owns a number of properties that are just, the conservation. And there's a number of trails in them and they've not been maintained. And it's really a mess. If you go on any of these properties and have attempted to use some of the trails, it's not possible. The trails are not, they're not like worn down. You can't tell whether you're on the trail or not. They're not maintained at all. And that is a problem. I haven't gone into any of these properties in quite a while. I used to do a lot of geocaching and I haven't been out there. I was thinking about getting out there again. I got to get a new GPS because my GPS broke. But yeah, probably a good idea. So, but if you go into these trails, you really need a GPS, a really handheld GPS in order to get through. And you're still not going to necessarily be on the trail because the trails are not necessarily marked even there very well. It's only by where people have gone that, anyway, I'm not going to get into that. But anyway, now we have 61 Edwards Road. that has Board of Health problems as well as conservation problems, where if you're going down 119 and you look to your right, if you're coming eastbound, no, I'm sorry, westbound on 119, you look to your right and you can see where there's wetlands, and up on Edwards Road, you can see that there's this house that they just, I don't know, everything in their yard is just kind of thrown down into the water. And it's been like that for years, and they're trying to figure out how to put an end to this. And it just keeps going on and on. It's almost like a little game going on over there. Okay, then we're going to be doing, there's a culvert. Oh, there's a deteriorating culvert in the same area that they're going to be working on that. And Mass DEP is proposing to amend the wetlands protection regulations and water quality certification regulations. I have no idea. Oh, then we have, interesting. I think this, I must not have seen this before. Sue Licio wrote a letter. They're going to read this in their meeting. I really don't see, I have a copy of this letter. This letter went out to all the boards and then some, and it's circulating. I believe it's probably circulating beyond the boards. So I think it's not, I don't think it's really an appropriate agenda item for a board. I think it's more, it talks about basically decorum and supporting the town. It's not some official, it has no official place, I don't think. But what I'm going to do, because I know more people watch my channel than the town's channel. And most people are not going to be watching the Conservation Commission meeting on Zoom. And most people, your regular everyday resident, did not get a copy of Sue Lucio's letter. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do it. Let me go find it. It was sent to me. Hold on. When did I get it? Here it is. Oh, let's see. I don't have it. Hold on. I'm in a different. Do I have it? All right, I don't have it in my downloads. Hold on. I'm getting it. I'm going to download it. Okay, now it's there. And once I verify that it's there, let's see if this will work. Oh, trying to figure this all out. Oh, wait. Helps if I have the right one. Town statement. That's it. Okay, I need to take a short break, but I'm going to pull this up. All the way up. See. If I can make it a little bit bigger. Whoops. All right, I think you can see that. I'm gonna step away for a second. If you want to read. All right, I'm going to be back in a moment, but you can read this for now, and then I will start reading it out loud for everybody when I come back. I'll be just gone a moment or two. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Sorry I was gone so long. What am I looking for? I think that's it. Yes. Okay, I'm going to tell you what I'm reading here. This is not for me. This is Sulicio. This is a letter that is going to be read at probably the end of the Conservation Commission meeting, or they're just provided it and they're not going to read it. But I'm going to read it to you since it's showing up in other board meetings. I don't think any other board's going to do this. I think this is just something Conservation's going to do. Don't ask me. So this is Sulicio being Sulicio. Hello. I've gone back and forth about whether to write and send this. Recent events have convinced me that I should, not because I want to add an opinion to any debate, but because I'm worried about something much bigger than any one issue in town. As someone who has served our town in different capacities over the years, I know that public service isn't always easy. There will always be disagreements. That's part of the job. That's part of democracy. But I also know that every generation depends on the next one being willing to step forward at some point. Many who have served our town for years are ready, some long overdue, to pass the torch. We aren't looking to walk away from our community, but we are hoping to pass the torch. What worries many of us is that there don't seem to be enough people willing to take it. My hope is, regardless of where we stand on the issues currently facing our town, we can all take a minute to think about something much bigger. Again, I'm just going to interject that this is from Sulicio. We all say we want more people to volunteer, serve on committees, and run for office. Yet I can't help but wonder what message we're sending to those very people and to the next generation of civic leadership that will someday be asked to guide our town. Have we stopped to think about the example we're setting? Every lawsuit, every public dispute, every personal attack, every unnecessary conflict, and every action that pulls us farther apart has a cost. Some of those costs show up in dollars. Others don't. They show up in lost trust, increased division, people feeling pressured to take sides, volunteer burnout, and in good people quietly deciding, no thanks. I don't want to be part of that. Our town depends on residents who are willing to step forward and serve. They shouldn't have to wonder whether serving their community means spending their time helping solve problems or becoming caught in the conflict. With another important local election coming up, we need thoughtful, capable people to consider putting their names forward, not to mention the long list of committees needing volunteers and elected boards without full membership. If the environment surrounding our town government causes people to decide it simply isn't worth it, then don't all of us lose? This isn't about asking anyone to give up their beliefs or legal rights. It isn't about taking sides. It's about remembering that every action has consequences beyond the issue of the day. The behaviors we exhibit and the decisions we make today will influence whether others are willing to serve tomorrow. Let me pull this all the way up. If this concerns you too, I hope you'll respectfully make your thoughts known. Let those who represent us know that you value civility, cooperation, and responsible stewardship of our town's time and resources. Send them a letter or an email to remind them that they were elected to serve all the residents of Townsend, and that preserving public confidence is part of that responsibility. And while we're at it, maybe there are some new faces you can encourage to get involved. None of us has to agree on every issue. That's not how democracy works, and it's certainly not how town meeting works. But I hope we can all agree on this. A community is stronger when disagreements are handled with respect, when public service remains something that people are proud to do, and when we never lose sight of the fact that we all want what's best for our town as a whole. And if it moves you to do so, feel free to copy and paste to share these thoughts with your friends. Regards, Sulicio. Okay. Let me go back to my video. All right. I'm gonna move that down, get that out of here. All right. So that was Sulicio's campaign speech. No, I'm joking. Nope, sorry. That is not her campaign speech, although it almost read like one. She has not taken out nomination papers for select board again. So that's not, but the timing's very interesting. But nope, this is Sue being Sue. I call it Sue being Sue. because there's nothing unusual about her writing a letter like that and circulating it amongst townspeople. But I think its timing is exactly timed pretty perfectly. This is Sue being Sue. And these are things that are important to her and probably important to other people as well. And I'm sure that people are not just dismissing of it, as we're going to find out. The Conservation Commission has it on their agenda, that letter. And since I don't know what this Conservation Commission is going to do with it, I thought I'd read it to everybody. So that was Sue Licio's comment. Oh, all right. All right. I got an interesting text earlier. I can't discuss the content, but I'm just wondering. I don't know. I have a lot of questions. I have to look up some of the things. If that individual is still watching, I don't know that they are. People have come and gone on this since I've started this channel thing going, this video. So, but I have questions about what you sent me. I got to look up the background on each of those items. Very interesting. It's going to be interesting. And I need to, I keep forgetting. Time, things go on and on. If you notice at the beginning, not the beginning, but in the middle, towards the end of the select board meeting, they had a bunch of executive sessions. One was the police MOA. Two of them were Harrison Mayos lawsuits. There was another one that's most likely discipline for a town employee. And I don't know if we're ever going to hear about what the situation was on that. We might. But it was executive session. The way people talk in Townsend, word travels fast. But because I'm on a public channel, I mean, it's not public town anyway. I'm not going to speculate on who's on first, who's in trouble. But this is the second disciplinary action taken against an employee. I believe it's disciplinary action. I don't have all the details. But so they're cleaning house, I think. I don't know. There are things happening in Townsend. And speaking of happenings, I need a sip of coffee. Oh. All right. Don't forget, we haven't forgotten all the ethics problems going on. Oh, call me later. Okay, I'll call you later. It's going to be late. Hopefully, yeah. Or I could call you. Yeah, okay. I'll call you during the Conservation Commission meeting when they're just doing their thing and I'm not going to interrupt and I'll just call you. How's that? I'll turn off my mic and call you. All right. But we have ethics is still alive and ethics complaints or the ethics commissions. Is it disciplinary? Their investigations are still ongoing. And we've got Gary Shepard's hearing is still on the docket. I hear it's not going to be continued. It always could be. I mean, I've been anticipating we're going to get another continuance out of this, which could happen, but I'm losing faith in that. I'm thinking we're really going to go to town on August 5th. He's scheduled for they've blocked out 2 days on the calendar at the Ethics Commission. August 5th and 6th are on the calendar for the hearing against Gary Shepard on the water department fiasco, as well as the Greenville Road Bridge project. Both of them. Okay. All right. Is late better than earlier? Because is late better? You better be kidding. I know you're kidding. Oh my God. All right. Never mind. I'm gonna call you during the Conservation Commission meeting because I'm gonna be tired. I'm not gonna want to talk to anybody when that's over. So I'll call during the meeting while everybody's watching the meeting. Okay. I know you don't need to, my audience doesn't need to hear all my side conversations, but why not? I'm transparent, right? You just don't hear the other side of the conversation. So anyway, on August 5th and 6th, we're going to be live streaming the Ethics Commission hearings regarding Gary Shepherd, and from little tidbits I'm picking up, because people can't keep their mouth shut in Townsend. People have been subpoenaed to report. They've been summoned to 1 Ashburton Place to testify in person. Oh. All right. Okay. So I'll be, no, I'm not, I have not been called. I don't have anything. I have nothing to testify to. I'm just the news. I'm reporting the news, real deal news. You see it up there, right there, real deal news. That's what I do. I'm just reporting the news. And I get tips. I do have a tip line. People can contact me and give me tips. And I'm hearing that there's documents that have been subpoenaed, but I think some of the stuff has been being collected for a couple of years. And so I think they have quite a collection, but they're still pulling in more documents, and they're also pulling in people. I know that there were, I did have it seems like it was years ago, but I think it was just 6 months ago, when David Vajant's hearing was being scheduled. I had the witness list. I got it from the state. I really should do another, what is today? Would I get it in time? Let me look at the calendar. Today's the 22nd. 2 weeks. I could do a public records request tomorrow and see if I can get any more documents. Okay. Well, are there more documents? Does anybody have more documents already that I don't need to redo this, or should I do a public records request tomorrow? Jeez, I'm getting texts from everybody. So I guess I'll do a public records request for whatever they can give me from the Gary show, because I should be able to get the witness list. Because I had David's witness list, and he didn't even go to a hearing, and the witnesses were never. Oh, hold on. Somebody just sent me something. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I might have information. Gosh, the witch hunt goes on. No, I don't want it in Dropbox. Let's see. Hold on. Is there anything here I should be pulling up? There's a protective order in here. Does that mean I can put it up? Petitioner's response to I don't know. Well, I don't know. Well, this came in a public records request that somebody else made, I'm assuming. So if they included a protective order, I guess it's public. They're all public records. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. I got all these messages. I'm going to open one of them and see what I get. Oh no. That's not going to work. Oh, now I lost everything. Okay. I knew I shouldn't have hit that. All right. These are older though, aren't they? These are all dated May. So I think, let me look at the newest. Oh, okay. You put in a request or I need to? I'm so confused. Hold on. Just put in a new, that is for records added. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. My fan club is, oh, all right. Thank you. The fan club is taking care of my light work. Thank you very much. Let's see what else we have. Let me look at the protective order. Okay. That's no big deal. Protective order is no big deal. You get a lot of documents when you do a public records request on an ethics thing. You get a lot of stuff that you don't want. Order, petition, I don't know. This doesn't say anything. Thought you were the president of my fan club. Anyway, motion to compel with exhibits. Motion to compel. Response to opposition to motion. Oh, man. Petitioner's response. Order on motion to compel. All this motions. I don't want this. Respondent's motion to compel. Motion with exhibits. This goes back to April. But response to opposition. Oh, I could do a whole video on this. Interesting. This is Gary? No. This is going to be an interesting hearing. I'm not reading. It's complete chaos. Really, it's right out of the Karen Reed trial. What I just read. If I try to read it out loud, it will make your head spin, and I'll have to read it 5 times in order for me to understand what is he talking about. I have a couple pages of just a couple pages of what was probably a more lengthy interview that they had with Gary Shepard, and it was. What are you talking about? Oh, is that what you mean? Well, no, I mean this. And well, I don't know about that. And I did this. Oh, never mind. It's straight out of the testimony given in the Karen Reed trial. And just a little, the hearing's going to be, you're going to have to tune in on August 5th, or you can watch it on the replay if you have to go work a real job or something that day. It will be on my channel. Waiting for you. Let's see. I think that was the only thing that's really nothing else. Opposition to, what are these oppositions? That's the only opposition, I guess. Petitioner opposes. Oh, Gary did a motion to compel on the state. And the state wasn't going to give him what he wanted. Oh my. Gary was trying to chirp something to Andrew. Or so it seems. It's a witch hunt on Andrew, and Gary's just getting caught up in the middle of it. How about that one? Is that what I'm reading? I got a ding on my, I think I have a text coming in. I don't know where it went. Oh, that's not from my fan club. That was from Harbor Freight. Harbor, is that what it is? Harbor Freight. Yeah, I haven't bought anything from them in a couple of years, but I still get at least one message a day from them to buy something. Petitioners, response to respondents, something, position, motion to compel, order, separate matter, request to reschedule, motion to compel. I want the exhibits. I don't have the exhibits. I want the exhibits. We may never get the exhibits. I know I'm not sharing any of this with anybody. I apologize. How many pages is this one? 3. Okay. Because we're within 10 minutes of the Conservation Commission starting. I see. This is all about the in-camera review, which is order after. Let's see. Let me go back to that. Uh-huh. So Gary won on his order, his motion to compel. He won with redactions. Okay. Not bad. It's not a slam dunk witch hunt, people. Okay, is anybody still listening? Okay, we got 5 people listening to me babble on about documents that are pretty minimal. There was like 20 different documents I was just reading. And it's too much loading and unloading of documents for me to pop them all up and show them on the screen. They're pretty minor. Well, they're basically, I'll call it what lawyers call motion practice, I think, or not even that serious. It's just trying to maneuver and get some documents. The most interesting document I had was a partial interview with Gary, which I was referring to it as straight out of the Karen retrial, because it was just some of the, if you remember some of the nonsensical, the attempts by Alan Jackson to get some of the House defendants, as they are referred to now, and some of the police to answer questions appropriately. And the twisted, yes, and the judge trying to, just Gary's interview was going like that. And, but even to bring it up would be convoluted, even though you'd be reading it with me. Like, what did he say? Who's on first? And then Andrew comes in. Andrew's mentioned in here. So it's like, okay, I don't want to confuse it anymore, because Andrew is not accused of anything, but Andrew was getting pulled into it. Because all this stuff with Gary was happening at the investigation was underway when Andrew was running for state rep, which I forgot, timelines overlap, and sometimes we forget what was also happening during some of these things. And while Andrew's running for state rep, Daddy was being investigated for this very serious conflict of interest charges that he's facing now. And so Gary was bringing in some of that overlap and somehow confusing it. And that's what I mean by him pulling Andrew into it, even though Andrew has nothing to do. I don't believe Andrew has anything to do. He's not accusing Andrew of breaking any laws, and Gary's just passing the buck. Do not tell anybody I said that, because I didn't. But because all this was overlap. There's an overlap during the election process for state rep, and that's where Gary's trying to infuse. Oh, I'm confused. Have you ever heard Gary say he was confused about anything? Tell me. Tell me. I don't think you can. So he'll make you can think the room is spinning. You've talked to Gary, and I'll tell you, you'll think the room is spinning, and you're just going to walk away and say, all right, I got to go. Because he doesn't usually back down. And he's going to be backing down on August 5th. I don't know what's going to happen August 5th, but it's going to be interesting. And maybe sometime before then, I'm going to have the results of the most recent public records request, which will probably be the last one, because I don't know that the state's going to run out of things that they're willing to share. So now I have to go over to Zoom again. That's not the one I want. All right, let me get to the right. I got to pull up Conservation Commission. Let's see. Townsend. Month. Conservation Commission. View agenda. Nope, that's not what I want. Here we go. Plug in my Zoom codes. 3, 4, 5, 6. I like it when the numbers go together. 5, 7, 7, 1. Meeting passcode 2500. 11. Gonna mute myself here. Okay.
Okay, do you want us all? Okay, that's good. That's good. All right. It's kind of a little reference, just reference stuff. That's fine. Stormwater management. Hello. Hey, Jimmy. What's happening? What's happening? Possible, I would like for you to read in that particular article from the Dover report. That pertains to 80 Main Street.
Right, but we still, it doesn't cover Conservation Commission.
Read it. Think about what you want to do with it. That particular section to the Dover report
So there's a reasonable argument concerning the bulk.
pertains to where we are going with this.
Right.
I tried to get the. Big open space. My Dover report packet back to Lori. I didn't.
Your site plans for
But he will find
Zero
it to be
Seaver Road.
pertinent to 80 Main Street.
Well, I have been,
It's your choice. You do what you want with it.
Well,
I
okay.
provided you the information.
where did I read this? I've already read this somewhere.
It would have been in the Dover report.
No zoning ordinance or bylaw shall restrict single family, okay. Educational purposes on land owned or leased by town or any other agencies, okay. But, and this is pertinent to 80. Okay. And you want this read into the,
It's your prerogative.
okay,
If you view it as something that is pertinent and will be helpful to this
yeah.
moving forward, but I feel as though it does, and it is.
The Dover, it was called the Dover Amendment,
Correct.
right?
Mike, I'm only a commissioner.
We got started,
Oh, yeah,
7 o'clock.
Are you in a hurry?
No,
The chairman will start the meeting when he feels as though all of his members have come in.
okay, well, wait, there's nobody online? Who's the real deal?
You can.
Okay. Well, we think get started? Okay. Okay, now do I have to unmute this thing?
Yes.
How does one do that? Is this unmuted?
You're muted.
Okay, so we're ready to go?
This meeting is being
Yep.
recorded.
Okay.
Lesson has been given.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting of the Townsend Conservation Commission for Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026 at 7:02. You have to have a second. No. Okay. Okay,
Mike, these are the reasons why. Give it a minute, even if you start at 7:02, 7:05, it's okay.
703 Sanford Board.
okay, well, we haven't done the roll
We
call
haven't
yet.
done it yet,
Oh,
so-
okay.
All right, we just call the meeting to order. I'd like to roll call, starting with Jimmy.
James DeRoy present.
Sandra Wood present.
Brian Bickerton present. Abigail Farley present.
Mike Potts said present. Okay, I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This meeting is being video recorded. Is anyone else recording? Okay. Chairman's addition and or deletions. I would like to move 4.2.
Excuse me, do you have a physical copy of the agenda?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
I have
right
them
there.
here.
All right, good, thanks.
Sorry, just wrapping up my notes.
Item 4.2 to 3.0.
4.2 to 3.
2.0, just to get it, if the engineers are here. We don't want that to have to wait too long.
Could you repeat that? What you want to move to?
Well, we might expect some representative from Mass DOT to talk about the permit application for a culvert under Route 119,
Oh, okay.
okay?
I see.
And so we can move that ahead a little bit. Okay, and
Okay,
chair's report, I don't have anything. Review approved minutes, we do not have any minutes. So we can move along to the agent report.
Colby, are we just one set of minutes behind?
We're behind at this point, so.
Well, what are we behind with 2?
Yeah, so you can be 3, go up to 3. We can generate now, just make it 4.
This will make it 4?
Yeah, so I'll have to,
We're getting close.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know that.
oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I didn't want it to be this way, but
it is what it is.
everything, more stuff, other stuff became priority.
So I don't know the rules. Is it possible for you to send to us so we can pre-read it before the meeting, or do we have to read it at the meeting?
You have to vote on it at the meeting, but
But we can get it ahead of time? Okay, sure.
By coming by the office, or you can,
yeah, to be honest, I've been, by the time I have minutes done, it's the day of the meeting. So
Okay,
it's one of these things.
okay,
It takes about half a day each.
yeah.
So, it kind of is valuable.
so the long and the short of it, if we get all of them caught up with the minutes, I have no problem coming a little earlier to the meeting if Colby could send us,
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
you know,
Yeah.
I will certainly come 5 or 10 minutes early so we can get them caught up. I don't want you to get behind the 8 ball. You know what that is.
yeah, I don't want to get behind either, but.
Because you
Yeah.
turn into a pumpkin, they say.
okay,
Agent report, you know, we did not have any IVRFs, departmental
Referrals.
forms, in the last 2 weeks. And everything else is gonna be covered in the meeting.
okay,
Good enough.
okay. 2.1, 0 Seaver Road. So I need to open the hearing on this now. Okay, I'd like to open the hearing. Make a motion to open the hearing for 0 Seaver Road map. Parcel ID 23-4-0. NOI DEP file number 308-0729, comma TWB 2026-004.
I second.
Okay,
Are you done reading it in?
or should I go a little bit more?
Kevin?
Okay. Well, let's just have a roll call. To open the hearing.
I'll second it, open the minutes,
It's been seconded,
you know,
okay,
seconded.
yeah.
Yes.
Abigail got it? Okay. James Ryan, yes.
Sandra,
Yes.
Abigail Farley, yes.
Mike Pot said yes. Okay. Is there anyone here who is going to speak on the matter? Are you here for Seaver Road?
I think they're coming in now, Mike.
Okay,
They knew it was a 7:15, so we're. a little
oh,
early.
right.
Okay, so just,
We're a little bit ahead. It's on the agenda for 7:15, but we're up to Seaver Road now. Are you here for Seaver Road as well? Okay.
if you know you've got a meeting coming up at 7:15, look at the agenda, see if you could maybe pick off something briefly so that you do start it at the proper time because of people around.
Right, okay, yeah.
No problem,
got it.
no
Good
problem.
idea. Colby, Do you think we could knock off the certificate of compliance for 1 Brown Road in 5 minutes? Not.
Do, but you have an open hearing right now.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, I do.
In the future,
In
okay,
the future, I should have said in the future, I apologize.
that's all right,
Yeah, just take the time to review the site plan.
Yeah.
Information.
okay. Okay, but, John Mello Jr. is planning on being here?
I'm just expecting Wayne.
Wayne.
Quite possibly, he will be on the line. Have a drive through.
Okay.
Where's Wayne coming from, Colby? Where is he coming?
Somewhere south of us. Something.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that's what I thought.
I can't recall exactly.
Now, is everything the same from when we first saw this, when I first saw it, do you think? Deceiver Road?
Right,
Okay.
we've already seen this and we accepted it, right?
Originally, yes, originally it was voted on and had an approved OC. It was invalidated because the
Green cards?
green cards were not, it said the abutters were not notified. And this is through the advice of the DEP representative, to basically scrap that whole proceeding and to reopen it and, go through the entire motions again.
Okay, start from scratch.
Well, while we're waiting, can I have a refresher on Seaver Road if I was here for the first vote?
I don't know if you were, so it'd probably be a good idea.
Yeah, can you describe?
Let's wait and, for 7:15, because that's part of it. It's supposed to be
Okay,
discussed in full again.
yeah,
Okay.
And in the future, wait for the meeting to proceed. Your questions most likely will be answered as it proceeds, meaning, as Colby said, we're going to rediscuss it. Because the green cards were not received by the abutters. So we have to start all new so they can participate.
I understand.
So
I'm just gonna go grab.
we're gonna start
Okay.
just like it is the first meeting. So
Okay.
all your questions can be answered, ask away.
I understand. I just felt bad having them wait.
That's not a problem. You'll be brought up to speed. That's okay. Patience, that's all.
You probably guessed that I haven't done this very often. I haven't been sitting in this chair too many times.
Grateful to people who are willing to do that.
Yeah, but there were enough people around, so we followed protocol. One way or another.
I assume there are more abutters than just the 4 of you. I'm trying to recall.
At one house. Three of us.
Okay, okay. And your last name, you look familiar.
Milligan.
Gotcha. Gotcha. You've been in town quite a while.
Yes.
So I was notified as an abutter for the planning board segment, but I've not been notified as an abutter for the conservation. So I don't know if that was a miss or what the.
You did not,
Am I asking something in the trees?
Colby, this gentleman in the back row says that,
Nice to meet you.
gentleman in the back row says that he is an abutter that didn't get noticed or notified.
All right, yeah, if you don't mind waiting, we can cover that. Sure. Hopefully I can explain it. If you don't mind talking me your address, so I can look it up.
Sure, 38, Seaver, 38.
38.
Oh, there's Wayne. Hi, Wayne.
Where?
Hey, folks.
Hi,
There it is.
How are you?
we've opened the hearing.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
I
And
have
we're
seven, I'm sorry, I thought we were up for 7:15, Mr. Chairman, and I've got 7:13, so I'm ready to rock and roll whenever you folks are.
Now, we've got a couple more minutes to wait.
Okay, okay.
And also the abutters thing. If you go 7:16, better to have them here and see. See. That's the computer readout for the abutters.
yes. For, what's it, payroll, 38 seconds. Put the mailing address.
In the past, as the clerk, what you would receive would be these green cards he's going through. You would have a list of the names and you would have the green card. You go through the green card, take the name, check it off, check it off, check it off. Now, all of the abutters correspondence don't come through with the green card, it comes through computer now. So I don't know if he's gonna have you read the computer sheet, check it off with whom's here. We'll see how the process moves forward. If it was so bold as to bring that to her attention.
Could you sign in, please?
Yeah, absolutely, sorry.
All right, should we get started? So Wayne, we can get started, but you should know that there are three new members of the commission who didn't see your presentation the first time you presented it, so you need to go into a little bit of detail for them.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman, they didn't miss much. So,
Nor do they do site walk.
okay. So with this being a new public hearing, it would seem that we're kind of starting from scratch anyways, Mr. Chair, as I would understand, so. But I'm ready to go whenever you folks are. You let me know when you'd like me to do my thing, if you wanted to read in the public meeting, into the record, the advertisement and all that. I understand you guys are looking at the list of abutters to confirm that everybody's been notified. Is that my understanding?
Yes.
Are
Okay.
we checking on one now?
Yeah, and I don't see it. It's 38 C road, Mr. Ayod? Is that
Ayod, that's
Ayod?
Yes.
Can you just double check on the
It's on-
certified list there?
It's on the list here. Yeah,
38 Seaver.
38 Seaver.
Can you see it, Michael?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Robert?
Yes,
Okay. 38 Seaver Run. And you did not receive correspondence
we did not,
of the meeting.
we did not.
I suggest we proceed cautiously. We already have one person that has not received a green card, and the reason why we are here is because of such.
Yeah, or you can tell me, but
I didn't hear that.
maybe Wayne has an idea, but.
So technically, we're supposed to.
I don't know if, it is a legal stipulation, so. You need to get everyone out to them.
How can it be on the list and it wasn't, you know?
So 15 other things to do. That's why we've done this.
Sandra,
Yes.
we're in an open meeting. Could you, if there's an emergency, state it to the chairman, but the phone ringing and such?
Oh, I'm sorry. My husband has a medical condition.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, is the question as to whether or not you can have the public hearing if one of the abutters is not present?
Correct.
So my understanding is that you can hold a public hearing. The abutters have been notified of how many abutters did you have? And how many receipts for the green cards did you receive?
It looks like there was one that was missed.
Okay, so this is not uncommon that all abutters don't show up. I have projects where only 2 abutters show up after they've all been notified. So you can go ahead, and my understanding is you can go ahead and hold a public hearing if the abutter wants to review the previous meeting. And I would leave it to the commission. If the commission feels that they would want to continue, I mean, again, just based on what I hear here, you know, to proceed cautiously. You know, if the commission wanted to continue the public hearing after the abutter has had a chance to review the presentation and then weigh in at the next hearing, that's at your discretion. But if we could proceed, we could, you know, if, you know, typically it's not continued, but I'll defer to you folks, so, and however you want to do this.
I think there was a miscommunication. It wasn't attending, it was an abutter was not notified.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Because we weren't notified, my spouse would have been here, but another arrangement, so we're not here.
How was
So-
that?
So that sometimes happens as well. And, you know, as I understand from some of the correspondence from one of the abutters in town with Colby is that, you know, the notifications had gone out. And in Townsend, it took some 5 or 7 days to be notified, and that is by certified mail. That it's not uncommon. I don't know why that happens with local mail. You know, it seems like it goes to Boston and then comes back to your local town. It's ridiculous. But in any event, with that said, if they haven't been notified, it may be that it is delayed in getting there. Something may have gotten caught up. You know, there's any reason that it may not have arrived. But again, I will defer to the commission. However you folks are comfortable in moving forward. That's, you know, I want you guys comfortable here.
Well, I would put in his decision. Ask.
All right. Well, is this possible? We go ahead and hear the presentation, have comments, and then continue the hearing and not vote on anything tonight?
So, again, I think there's a miscommunication, Wayne, the notice actually didn't go out. So the conservation agent said one of the abutters notices was not even mailed. It wasn't, but it was received.
Oh, okay.
Because my other half is not here, I would much rather have the formality of being notified so that they can attend to the court.
I see.
Wayne.
I see.
I
Yep.
understand where you're coming from there. The reason why we are back at this meeting is due to the fact that the abutters were not notified in the first meeting.
That's correct.
This is why we are starting this meeting over again.
Understood.
Already out of the hole, I have an individual from 38 Seaver Road that was not notified.
Okay.
So for you to say, oh, no, I'm used to it, this happens sometime, I think we can move forward. That's not right. We
So,
won't move. But until
respectfully,
I know, wait a second, until I hear that all the abutters have been communicated to in their cards was sent out right at the moment. 38 did not get it. It will be to the discretion of the chairman if it moves forward. I'm a commissioner, that's all I have to say.
May I make a comment through the chair then?
Yes,
You
Um,
can.
Thank you. So my comment was made with the understanding that the mailing to that particular abutter had gone out. Since then, if I understand correctly, that mailing had not gone out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that changes everything. That changes the response to my comment to that point. And as I indicated earlier, this is however you guys want to proceed. I leave it to the chair and to this commission on how you folks want to proceed tonight. Should you wish to continue the public hearing, we open it, we continue the public hearing until that mailing goes out and that person receives. I'm totally fine with that. Totally fine with that. And in fact, where it hasn't gone out, Mr. Chairman, if that is the case, just to avoid any further controversy, I would suggest that, and I suggest this respectfully, that the public hearing be opened and continued so that this abutter can attend at the next meeting. They will have been notified, and then in that case, there is no question as to whether or not somebody has not been notified. And obviously, this is why we're here tonight, is because of what happened last time.
and we're in agreement. I think that's what we should do.
Okay.
We should just continue it. That's the opinion of the abutter who was here, who was not notified. So we will continue this hearing. So do we need to vote on that? Continue it? What do we do on that one? Yeah. Just vote to continue.
Motion. Yep.
We need a motion, make a motion that we continue this hearing at 0 Seaver Road until next meeting?
Correct.
Next meeting, which will be
20 August. Colby?
August 12th, August 12th, continued to August 12th.
So moved, Mr. Chair. Would you like me to read it all out, but you just stated what?
Right, is that good enough, or read all the numbers again? Nope.
Good enough.
We're good. Okay, so we have
Second on my side, so
Second.
moved from James
okay,
Drawing.
roll call, yeah.
James Drawing, yes.
Sandra Road, yes.
Brian Pinkerton, yes. Abigail Farley, yes.
Mike Potts said yes. Well, sorry, all came out for.
And I suggest at this time, we can do a hand delivery right now. And that will be, at least, take care of the notification.
Good, that was a good call, Colby.
Yeah.
And I would like to also apologize from the commission for the inadequacy here. I know you people have things to do and it's an inconvenience, but we appreciate and apologize that it did not come together this evening. I hope you can understand that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
We'll just give this to them.
I'll bring some garlic in for everybody at the next meeting. It always smooths it over, a little bit of garlic.
So just to clarify, sign everything to a new notice to go out if you bring more comfortable or not.
Colby just stated he is going to actually give you the notices as you leave now. So that will count as your notification. Am I right, Colby? So we can go through that formality. Everybody knows that that's why we announced it. It'll be the 12th. Same place, same town hall, different possible time.
Rich Cohen, who's another abutter, is not here this evening. He had sent an email saying he wasn't gonna come, so just so you know.
So
maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the meeting of the 12th, he will be able to attend. So good, bad, but maybe that's just as well.
So another second apology to the abutters and also apology to Wayne.
No problem. Totally get it. Got to do it right. We've got to do it right, folks. So I appreciate where you're coming from.
See you next
Thank-
meeting.
So thank you for everything. Look forward to hearing from you folks and seeing you folks on the 12th.
Okay,
Thank you. Have a good night.
yeah, you too.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will have the garlic, I'm telling you, I never miss a promise.
Looking forward to the garlic.
Can I get an overview of like what happened here to add to my?
Are you we're here, Seaver Road?
No.
Okay, pardon?
80 Main Street?
Oh, okay. No, we haven't started that here.
This was the Cedar meeting section of it.
Got it.
80 Main Street should be coming up.
Right. Okay, so, this is coming up at 7:45, so we're a little bit early. So what I'd like to do is, I can't read your letter until 7:45.
Correct.
All
Does
right,
it pertain to 80 Main Street?
what's that?
You
Yeah.
did not open it to 80 Main Street yet.
Right,
You have approximately what?
15 minutes. So now we find something else.
There you go.
Let's go. Let's see what we can do.
Mr. Hahn here, can do the certificate of,
Oh, compliance,
Brown Street?
one Brown Street.
Beautiful. Let's get that,
Yeah,
out of the way. Not that we want you out of the way, we want to get that out of the way.
everything works. Thank you.
can you put something up for us to see or?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. She's slow.
What does that say? Has started screen sharing.
Guess it's a little slow.
Yeah. It seems to be. Uh-oh. Do we know what's going on there? No. Is it possible that someone in the, command central needs to do something?
No, I'm sharing right now, it's just taking a long time to download.
And we got a couple of minutes.
It's on my screen.
That's what I meant. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's just doesn't have that giddy up.
And look at my iPad, passing around. Pictures are still on there.
What do you need? Photographs of,
Just photographs of the grassed area. I put it on a share. Yeah,
So we're basically getting ready to see
I can bring the. computer
pictures
on.
of the completed, established lawn, the house is all done.
Thank you for all your guys' support. I appreciate everything you guys did. Let me bring it over to you.
yeah, why don't you bring it over and,
If anyone really out there wants to see the pictures, I can make them available. Okay.
maybe if people could come around, we can all look at it together.
You sent this in an email, right, to us? I couldn't open those up.
All right,
So here's the side lawn with the tanks and grass is established and been mowed. Gonna look very similar. There's a lawn.
Yeah, very nice.
It's established.
I was gonna ask, it looks nice. I was gonna ask if it was Scott's four-step.
More lawn.
Right here, Apple Meadow, there's people.
Oh,
Oh, I just thought it was bare paint. That's what we use.
But what are the most important things this commission is already looking for?
Any disturbances? Any leakage?
Come on.
A picture?
Some of the most important things are going to be that the lawn is established, there's no chance of erosion, the house is in completion, et cetera, et cetera. Those are some of the key things you want to look for. The most important aspect of it is that the lawn is established. We're not going to concern ourselves with erosion. Did you leave the silt control up?
That was gonna be the next picture.
So from there, the decision of
well, why don't we just,
Colby will look
yeah.
at it, it'll be established, then the blessing for silt control materials can be removed. Then I'll look at the seeding over where the silt control is removed, so, because it'll be dead underneath. Awesome. We're a very knowledgeable customer, we like that.
I might need to go grab some saw and cut it.
It's always to the discretion of the homeowner. But we like your lawn from the sounds of it.
So we make a motion to
Whatever.
accept the condition. Okay.
Did you read the holy water so we can do the blessing?
Okay, so Colby, we're gonna rely on your judgment,
Yeah, it's fully established, with grass, so fencing, it's ready to come out.
Okay. So would someone make a motion that we,
Before you do that, but as I was saying to you, what Colby just pointed out, the most important aspect, you want to see the lawn established, you want to see it in completion. Because the next step is for us to, as Colby was said, then we can go to the next step to remove silt control. And he'll go back over, seed it, sod it, whatever, you know the routine. And then it's done. But you can still come and visit if you want once in a while, we don't mind.
Again, I appreciate everyone's work, so thank you.
Thank you.
okay, so I'll make a motion that we issue a certificate of compliance for 1 Brown Road, DEP number 308-0718.
Second.
Second, roll call.
James Dorn, yes.
Sandra World, yes.
Brian Pinkerton, yes?
Abigail Farley, yes?
Mike Patrick, yes. Okay,
I do have, the certificate.
well, we need
One
to,
these there.
we can sign it right here.
I don't have the date on it because it has to get mailed out with the same date. So if you allow me to put the date on for tomorrow, so the mailing will have the same date on it.
But then,
Makes sense?
Okay, do you know where it is right off the top of your head? You know these stacks better than I do.
Do I take this to Cambridge, is that how that works? 50 minute Cambridge to have it?
Yeah, you can mail it too,
Okay, thank you.
unless you like
to
to
the
go to
registry of
Cambridge,
deeds.
I'm just saying.
I'm in Boston.
Oh, good for you.
All right, I got 3 copies here. Don't mind, I'll just send signature forms around, unless, anyone wants to, go through it and fully read it. It's pretty short form.
We'll just do the signatures.
This is the time to ask any questions about a COC.
The green, what would they be called? Plates of, in the first image,
Oh, those would be called risers.
the green risers, that's what we're looking for, that's what we.
Yeah,
expect to
those are the
see.
caps or covers for the septic tanks.
Easy access
Okay.
to get into the septic.
Right,
I just learned something new.
wanted to know what they were.
No, yeah,
thank you
for saying that, you can ask me, because I didn't know.
It's actually a nice thing to have, so you don't have to dig up your lawn, you have to have your septic system service.
Perfect.
Bingo. Two
Yeah.
stainless steel screws, your cap comes off. Some people don't like to see those. They'd rather dig their lawn up 8 inches down to get to the cover.
I would prefer the cover,
So now we know.
because that was the only thing that I saw in the image that wasn't a fully established lawn, so I want to know what they were.
Cover's never fully established.
Thank you.
So risers are called?
Yes, those
Yeah.
are called the risers.
Okay.
Is it's rising up from the septic tank.
Yes.
Yeah, I did not know
You see them a lot more than you would think, but they're a different color, like those that are in parking lots and stuff like that. Or the septic would be.
Okay, yes. And the silt guards,
Silt fence.
silt fence.
You have the silt fence, which is the nylon, then you have your silt, either straw filled socks or straw bales. With silt control, we do not like for them to use hay because it will bring in invasive species, and when they rot out, they start to grow. That's why we prefer and actually require, thank you, I just came up short. And 7:40. Good, pick off one more thing, that's good, Joe. And we're gonna roll right into the next one right on time. You can be earlier. We were gonna keep you all the way up until what time? 9?
Like, I appreciate everything from the commission. Thank you very much. Hope it was great work with everybody. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
We have 3 minutes. Can you do education and conferences? In 3 minutes?
I don't have any.
Okay, we can knock that one off.
Well, we could quickly talk about education and conferences. Could I take it quick for a second?
Sure.
My new
We're at
commissioners.
5.0.
Where are we with our MACC webinars and where are we with receiving our MACC handbooks? And that'll come from Colby in a second, because we did appropriate the money and the books are on the way, correct?
Correct.
So the 3 of you will have your MACC handbooks coming. Has any of you indulged in your webinars or signing up and going to the MACC classes?
Not yet. I need to talk to you about getting me actually there.
What, I would suggest you attend the MACC class.
Okay.
You're gonna meet a lot of new commissioners and to go there is a much better education for you than, because you're gonna listen to these instructors and they're very good. You get more out of it than sit in front of this.
That's for sure. Yeah, it's gonna, yeah. Well worth it. You get, I don't know when the next conference is, where you get choices, you pick and choose what you're most interested, what you need to be most educated about, so.
Is there something I should specifically be looking to?
You have 8 different classes that you can pick and choose from. You could do plant life, you could do solar horizons, you could do invasive species, you could do vernal pools. I mean, it's endless.
And I think they usually have a sort of a 101 for new people, so they, go over the basics.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
But
good.
I strongly suggest, and to go to the college in Worcester I enjoy going there. They have
Oh,
a
yeah.
nice lunch. School is really, you gotta think about the important things. The lunch is good anyway, and it's worth it. There's some phenomenal instructors, and after you get done with the MACC and you're still involved, you're really into it, there's a multitude of other places we can send you. Garden in the Woods in Framingham. Walden Woods does some outstanding programs in more finite conservation education. They've got some really good stuff. You know, stabilization, bank restoration, replanting bank areas and flooded it. It's endless. It's just endless. So they can even teach you how to do all your plant life in Latin. I suggest you don't.
As far as education, I just want to remind everybody for July 29th, the DEP training.
Yeah.
5:30.
Yeah,
We all were told that last week, right?
next week.
Next week, yeah. That
5:30.
and the people from the DEP are phenomenal, very sharp. They can answer whatever you throw at them, you know.
Okay, it is now 7:45, so we can, so I guess I begin by opening the hearing. Do we have, oh, Colby, do you have all the materials for the amended? But you have, everything is, that has been received, that needs to be received?
Well, because it's not a hearing, right? It's just you're deciding if it warrants, being an amendment to the OOC. It's not a hearing.
Okay,
There's no legal notice that went out or needs to. You have 80 Main Street?
amendment to order.
Okay. So you want all the amendment information?
Well, I just wanna know, okay. If we don't need,
Yes, we have.
it's not a new one, so we don't need that, okay.
Here's the, here you go. It's the site plan for the amendment and the amendment request.
Okay. Before we read the amendment request, I would like to read, into the record a letter that Colby sent to the Townsend Historical Society after he noticed significant creep outside the scope of the original plan.
Significant what?
Creep outside of the scope. That's terminology that's in our own bylaws.
I'm not familiar with the particular verbiage of creep. I've always
We
viewed
have
it as
the-
something else. Please.
Okay.
Go forward.
A great deal of work has been done outside the scope of the original OOC.
I'm listening.
Enough so that when Colby saw it, he, I believe rightfully so, sent a letter to the Townsend Historical Society. The document entitled Amended OOC Plan has been received by the Conservation Commission. This request to amend the order of conditions, DEP number 308-0705 by the Townsend Historical Society will be considered by the Conservation Commission at its meeting on July 22nd, 2026. Wetlands Program Policy 85-4 establishes the process for amending the final order of conditions. Under this policy, the issuing authority must first determine whether the requested changes are substantial enough to require the filing of a new notice of intent, or whether they are relatively minor and may be considered as an amendment to the existing final order of conditions. This preliminary determination does not require legal notice or notification of abutters. If the commission determines that additional permitting or an amendment to the current order of conditions is appropriate, legal notice will be issued and public hearing will be scheduled. Because the request involves after the fact authorization for construction changes that have already occurred, no further work shall be performed within areas regulated under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act, including the riverfront area and the wetland buffer zone, until the matter has been reviewed by the Conservation Commission and any required approvals have been obtained. Thank you, Colby Streeter, Conservation Agent, Townsend, Mass. Since this is not an enforcement order, it is not to be ratified by the commission, but I do want to put it on record. So, and we hope that no further work is done on the site until we have considered whether or not we want to accept this as an amendment to the OOC. So,
Or in other words, move forward with a new NOI, correct?
could be.
That is the second choice.
That's the second choice.
Correct. Can I
Either,
ask the commissioners a quick question without interrupting?
sure.
Did any one of you three know what creep meant?
I had an idea.
I understood.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
When you use a terminology, verify they know it.
Okay,
Verify they understand it, because this person didn't even understand what. You should be able to make sure they understand why we are here because of that.
noted. Good.
Thank you, Mr.
But
Chairman.
it is a term that I got in from our bylaws. So,
That doesn't mean everybody knows what it is.
that's true. Yeah, got it. Okay, amending the final order, this is from, Wetland Protection Act, Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act. It is, it's sort of stated in the letter that, Colby had sent, but I want you to just, hear this yourself. Amending a final order of conditions is at the discretion of the body that issued the final order of conditions, i.e., AKA the issuing authority. There is no provision in the wetland regulations that requires the issuing authority to consider or act upon a request to amend the final order of conditions. There is no right to request a superseding order of conditions. Hearing. If a request to amend is not granted. If the issuing authority refuses to amend the final order of conditions, the only opportunity for further review is the filing of a new notice of intent. So we need to look at the original OOC. We need to look at the amended plans to see if we think that the changes are significant. If they are significant, then the alternative would be for the historical commission to file a new NOI.
Is it online, we have Seth Don here. He's the
Okay.
lawyer representative.
Okay, Seth?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I wanted to let you read in the notice and the letters that have been received before I barged in on you. So I am here tonight on behalf of Frank Partland, who is also from my office. He's on vacation this week, and he had previously been discussing this with members of the town. And I'm here tonight specifically to answer the commission's questions. And if the commission would like, I do have on my screen the issued order of conditions, the previously approved plan, and our current amendment. And I can give you a high-level walkthrough of what was submitted and why we're here tonight. But I don't want to step on your toes or go out of procedural process here. So I'll wait for you to instruct me to do so.
Oh, no, I think that's why we're here. We'd like to see the original plan for people who might not be as acquainted with it. And then see the amended plan.
Seth, can you give me the date on the plans?
So the order of conditions, as you read it, and that's DEP file number 308-0705. And your commission has a date of issuance of that of February 1st, 2024. And that's specifically referring to a sewage disposal system design plan prepared by my office, and that's dated January 11th, 2024. And you do have a additional plan or document title that references to the notice of intent application that was submitted at that time.
You also have them in the file.
Okay.
So I would be happy to put that original plan up if we just want to familiarize ourselves what was approved and what was going to happen there. Is that a reasonable starting point for us?
Yep.
So I saw the share screen had a little bit of a lag with it, so hopefully I do not suffer from the same thing. No,
Here we go.
saw it on my end. Do you have it?
Yes.
No, we're good. Thanks, Sal.
Fantastic. Okay, so 80 Main Street, Townsend Historical Societies, or the church, is right here. Main Street is Plan Top or North. And this is the approved plan with orange lines representing the buffer zone. So 100-foot buffer zone. And then we have the 50 and locally regulated 35-foot. The previously issued order of conditions primarily encompassed placing a septic system or subsurface sewage disposal system, and that had to be in the buffer zone at that time. So that was approved, and that had some fill associated with it. Those are the solid lines. There was compensatory flood storage calculations that went along with this due to some of the resource areas on the site, or particularly bordering land subject to flooding. So this is the approved plan that's before you. Is it okay to switch to our amended order of conditions plan?
Yes.
Great.
Any questions from the commissioners as to what they were looking at? Not at the moment.
And I'd be happy to flash back to those at any point in this conversation this evening. So this is the amended order of conditions plan. So again, the church or the historical society is right here. And the primary purpose of the amendment request is that an agreement was reached to utilize a separate septic system or subsurface sewage disposal system area, which allowed the applicant to completely relocate that outside of the buffer zone and outside of the commission's jurisdiction. So obviously a significant environmental benefit to remove a leach field from that area.
So does everybody understand where the leach field went? Yes.
So these symbols were actually the test holes that were witnessed by the Board of Health for the purpose of siting the leach field. So that leach field was in this very specific area on the property there. There are some tanks associated with the building, and those are now going through and across Main Street to a remote leach field now. So that's really not part of our amendment, other than that we're removing that.
But the commissioners, I would like for them to know that in the big picture of this, the individual went proactive and he shot the line underneath 119 and brought the leach system to the other side, correct, Seth?
Yes, sir, that's correct. So from that standpoint, that's a significant improvement. While they could have put a leach field in that area, it's presently not there, and it will not be there should we be able to move forward with everything.
And I understand an individual town donated a parcel of his property to accommodate that, Seth?
So there's part of, if we can use the word creep, I know that was something that we were working through. There's certainly been a lot of generous gestures. So both the Historical Society and Squannacook Greenway, so the rail trail or the being established rail trail is south of us. I'm sure you've seen that all the time. These are both nonprofit entities. They've been going through a lot of work over the years to reach their intended goals. And in this case, the removal of the leach field allowed for them to combine or have an agreement on each other's properties, which allowed for an appropriate parking area that was presently lacking. And so that's incorporated in the amendment plan. So Previously, there was a gravel parking lot behind the church area in this area. It was essentially a lawn, and that was utilized as overflow parking. And now that is intended to provide established and sufficient amount of parking that can be utilized by both the rail trail and the church facility at this time. As I talk through this, can I just ask through the commission if there's anybody representing the Historical Society or Squanicook Greenways in the audience, as I don't have visibility on who's here?
Yes, Karen Raposa, Vice President of the Historical Society.
And I'm Bill Rideout. I am treasurer of both, but for this particular meeting, Karen has taken on Historical Society, and I am representing Squanicook Greenways, the nonprofit building has built this Squanicook River Rail Trail. It's hoping to extend it into West Townsend.
Should I make a disclosure that I'm on the society and HTC? I don't feel as though I'm in conflict, am I? No.
I'm Jock Snaith. I'm a director in the society.
Well, can I ask why the parking lot has been moved roughly 12 feet closer to the rail trail than is indicated on that plan?
On the site right now?
Yeah.
Is that your question? So
Yes.
I would have to measure that. So I do not have that answer for you tonight. So really what I'm here for you is we had submitted, we being my office, had submitted a letter to the commission that requested the amendment of the previously issued order of conditions. And it had some bullet point items, some of which I've already spoken about, that justified, in our opinion, the reasons that this could be amended. And I understand that Mr. Streeter, your agent, has certainly issued his opinion in his July 15th letter. The Historical Society would like to move through this process as fast as possible. And I think that's a mutually beneficial proposal in that construction does require some disturbance to areas, and reaching a permanent stabilization and utilization of areas is certainly beneficial in this scenario. So I don't have a direct answer for your question tonight, but I can certainly talk to my office and we can take those measurements and compare that to what is ultimately proposed and what is happening at this point.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to point out too, and the reason I asked if there were members of the Historical Society or Greenways with us is the history on this project, this property. Well, certainly the history on the property is longer than any of us have been on this planet. It's that's why it's historical. But the attempts to establish the rail trail, I've been involved with that in the background through my office for many years. The folks that are on this call have in-depth knowledge of everything that's gone on that will certainly supersede what I know about it. And I wanted to let you know that they're here. I may speak out of turn on some of these high-level items, and I would like them to interrupt me and let the commission know anything that they feel is pertinent to this discussion tonight as we go through this.
Okay. Well, when you do go to the site and take the measurements, well, let me ask this. Using the scale that's on the plans, roughly what's the distance between the edge of the parking lot as proposed and the rail trail itself?
I'm actually going to give a rough measurement on my screen off to the side here. I would guess in the ballpark around 15, 16 feet.
Okay, well, when you take your measurements, you're going to discover that it's actually about 2.5 or 3 feet. So the whole parking lot has been shifted around, I'm guessing around 12 feet towards the water. And in fact, that brings it into the vegetative buffer, which I think is a little problematic. And the other problem or concern that I have is that the small berm that was there, on which the two tree stumps were located has been totally removed. The tree stumps have been removed, and I think that they weren't supposed to be removed at this point. Yeah, I'm concerned that the whole thing has been shifted. I don't know if it was a mistake or what, but it certainly doesn't represent what's on the plan, in my opinion, so you need to check that out. And the other thing is that I wonder about is, you know, okay, so the work was, went ahead and proceeded. But I don't know, putting in the large concrete supports for the lighting, one of which is really just a few feet from the rail trail. So if we were to accept this as presented, I would think there would need to be quite a bit of restoration work, removing some of the concrete supports and restoring the berm. So I don't know, those are things that I wonder about.
So
Yeah.
we can talk with the applicant after this meeting. I'd like to pool the comments and figure out procedurally how the commission would like us to proceed and make sure that's agreeable to all the parties involved. And I would expect that the end product is to have a substantial restoration area. And that's one of the changes that has evolved over the years as this project has evolved. You'll see on the plan before you, there's specific call outs for ecological restoration and stewardship areas. On the approved plan, those were essentially absent. So the bank of the pond and some small pollinator areas adjacent to help collect stormwater runoff. The stormwater runoff portion remains intact from the original plan, but that's essentially been enhanced by additional plantings. And I don't think the applicant would be opposed to having mitigation plantings between what ends up being the parking area and the rail trail itself. Typically, that would be something that would be desired to separate the two areas.
Right.
What,
Yes.
what I'd like to submit for you to review is the building department review that was from January 17th, 2024, showing that there is gravel very much closer to the rail trail than depicted here. So going by this plan that was approved, is what we were moving toward.
Well, where do we go from here? We've got something that you're applying for an amendment which doesn't reflect what's already there. You have this that's approved, so if that is ultimately approved, then I don't see how we can accept this amended.
But it depends on the baseline that what you're amending it to. So I don't know the whole history here, if there were multiple different plans approved from different boards that didn't correlate, but this is what we were.
Maybe you can explain, and this is a little thought bubble that I have. Why did you proceed? Why did, the work proceed before the amendment was okay? I don't understand how that can happen.
And Mike, there was a letter, I believe, January 2026, that Colby sent out. Am I correct with the date about cease and was like a no more work, don't do any stump and grinding or whatever. And those two stumps in question.
Yeah.
Yes, I did send out a letter in that time frame. I don't have the exact date.
It was January something in 2026.
January 15th, 2026.
So it shouldn't really have proceeded that far.
Right.
So Sandra, you're concerned about the stumps being from the two trees that were cut, the two stumps being removed. Is that what you're concerned?
All I know is that Colby sent out that letter. I'm going by that letter. I'm going by, now you see it, now you don't. The stumps are there, the stumps aren't there. And there's a process for everything, and I just feel like the process hasn't been followed.
But can you see the bind we're in? Because you already have gone by that plan. How can we possibly agree to the amended plan unless you're willing to move it back to where it was on the plan? And
Yeah, to understand our quandary, I don't know what you're basing your assessment on versus have you looked at what was presented here to know what the letter was that was generated?
which letter are you referring to?
The most recent letter that was initially.
From Colby?
Which was the 15th.
The one I just discussed was from January 15th. The one that you read at the beginning.
Yeah.
Is that, do you want to leave that?
So as I see it, either we go with this plan, which negates the amended plan because it doesn't conform with it, or we go with the amended plan, in which case you would need to do a great deal of restoration. I don't see how the two can be together. How can we possibly accept this amendment if your intention is to keep that location where it is? That plan doesn't show that location.
The location here shows the gravel driveway much closer to the rail trail.
Okay, can I see that?
So does the Conservation Commission have a copy of that at all from? Can we make a copy and enter it into?
Make a copy?
Well, you know,
and
enter it into the
what?
records, our records.
Where
Make
is,
a copy right up there if you like.
I'd have to see sort of an overlay or something, but there are the trees. Yeah.
Who came up with the number of 12 feet in deviation?
I measured it roughly. It's at least 10.
Who came up? Was it you?
Yes.
That roughly? You said 10, now we're at 12. I want the exact number.
Well, the general, Mr. Whatever his name is, Donahue.
It would be
is
Seth
going to
Donahue.
take some measurements and we'll get the real figures.
And we know,
So if I may, I guess the primary question here is procedurally, what would the commission be okay with us process that we go through? And I'd like to propose, and I'm certainly open to feedback and listening to the commission here, but certainly an amendment for removing a leach field from a buffer zone. I think we can all agree that that's an agreeable outcome in this scenario. Without a doubt, they need to utilize the property, and it is a constrained property in terms of environmental constraints. I would like the opportunity to have my office work with the Historical Society to figure out the final determination of that parking. I understand that it's under construction. Things can look different under construction, and they may not represent what's finally there. And incorporate restoration, appropriate restoration along the limits of the work area. Hopefully with the goal of making this environmentally better than what started. I mean, there are some invasive species, as there are along most rail trails in this state, and there'd be an opportunity to enhance that buffer zone in that scenario. And due to the fact, and I'm not crying our crocodile tears here that the Historical Society is a nonprofit. I do believe that the amendment process is significantly less costly for them, and frankly, a faster process to move forward through for the commission here too. So if the commission deemed that we had to file a new notice of intent in this scenario, that's a new abutters list, new abutter notification, waiting for the meeting, and then we go through that whole process. And then even after the order of conditions is issued or voted on, the commission knows there's a lag there as well. So something that can be addressed quickly through the amendment process here is going to take likely several months through a new notice of intent here. And frankly, the end product is the exact same. We're not removing the commission's powers, and we're not being disrespectful to your opinions by requesting an amendment here. We're just looking for an option to cleanly move forward with the existing DEP file number that we have, and then be sensitive to the comments that we receive through this process.
Yes.
And I comment, I mean, representing Squanicook Greenways here is occurring on us. We are, our belief is that we should move forward with the amended process. We were just showing you this to explain what steps we took in the past. This is not saying that's what we want to do. We want to go and have the order conditions be amended. In particular, some of the things in the diagram that Seth showed are a little out of date because Frank and I and Shlavia, who's from the inland, who's doing a lot of restoration, have suggested in that area where the parking lot ends but before the rail trail begins, that we consider adding another catch basin with a pollinator garden in there. So that is kind of thing we're actually looking for. And we would actually like trees in there to plant in. So we are not looking to do that. We are looking to have an amended order of conditions, and we want to negotiate that out with you in a fair way that satisfies everyone. And that's one of the Greenway's position.
Okay. Well, I'll open it up to the discussion. I'll just say this final thing for now. If you had proposed the amendment, I agree. Yep, it's better to have a leach field across the street. It's better to have, whatever it is and have the parking lot, okay? But the fact that work proceeded when it wasn't supposed to makes me wonder, okay, if we were to make to accept this amendment, what is the assurance? And you move, and because it's on the site plan, the parking lot would be moved back where it's supposed to be according to the plan. Where's the assurance that you're going to do the restoration and these other things, the berm or whatever, to put it back where the way it was, when you didn't follow the rules before? How can we
respectfully, there would be a new plan that would be agreed upon as we work through this process with the commission. And I mean, that's really the entire intent of the order of conditions. Now, I fully acknowledge that sometimes things happen during construction. I'm not a person that's on site, but I have been by many sites, and sometimes things change. But the intent of the order of conditions, and you guys before this meeting tonight looked at a certificate of compliance, and that is the end result here. I mean, this is going to have to come back to you for a certificate of compliance. And if they're not complying, by all means, that there's going to need to be some adjustments. Just because we submit a certificate of compliance doesn't mean you have to say yes to it. It looks like you're doing a very thorough review of those, and we would expect the same thing on the back end. In my office, when we do those, we will, if we see something that's wrong, we will tell the contractor that this is not appropriate to submit a certificate of compliance yet. You need to do X, Y, Z.
Okay, got it. I just want to get comments from any of the other commissioners.
Well, I do have a couple of comments. I think the leach field thing, going across the street is a great thing, and a lot of good things are happening. I appreciate that. By the same token, Mike, what you said kind of resonates with me. Kobe sent out a letter, all of a sudden 22 trees were down. I don't care if they were diseased or not.
Okay, we're gonna leave the trees out of it.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Okay,
I have.
can I
to-
finish speaking, please?
You
Thank
need
you.
to make sure that you're focused on what you're making
Oh,
comments of.
okay,
Those
okay.
trees are not in the purview. Why did you bring them up?
Okay, let me finish. Well, the two trees that were stumped and they weren't supposed to.
You're
were in that
referring to
letter.
2 stumps being removed. Say
You know-
2 stumps being removed.
Okay, all right.
Excuse
Is
me,
that what you're
can I,
saying?
can I
2
finish
stumps being
speaking?
removed?
Let Sandra finish.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So, yeah, those were removed. And then I read something recently, I don't know, it was something in the whole stuff that Colby sent, something about blanding turtles. Was there an issue with blanding
No,
turtles somewhere?
that's
on
not related to this.
there? Okay, for some reason I thought, but anyways,
It is in priority.
What's that?
It's priority habitat with the parking lot is.
Okay,
okay, that's
I
my,
missed that one, sorry.
and then like all of a sudden, like you said, all of a sudden when work was done in the parking lot, I could go for that sidewalk. And I did go with Colby and Abigail was there and Brian. And all of a sudden there was more work done in the parking lot. So, yeah, I'm like,
Okay. Good, thank you. Anything?
I just, my own 2 cents to this thing is that, as far as, contaminants in the leach field being there and it being removed and put to a different area that's safer for Mother Nature, then that suits me. And, things do happen on construction sites, whether they're wrong or right, things do happen. And if we're not looking at the finished outcome of something, we can't judge a project that's not completed. That's my 2 cents anyway. If they wanna move forward so that we can get something in writing for compliance and then hold them to it after that, then so be it. But as of right now, my main concern was getting that leach field out of there, and that's been accomplished.
Mhm.
That's all I have to say.
Okay,
I mostly agree with what everyone else has been saying about the removal of the leach field to the other side of the street. I am fully happy with that work. The thing I'm a little confused about, so I gotta ask the question is, when it comes to that map and the map we are being shown up there, it seemed like they were 2 different, with 2 different maps of the same site, 2 different approved plans,
well,
or
this was
I don't
approved.
know what you looked at, Abby. I wasn't.
Who approved this plan?
I would have to look into that, but that's from the building
the,
department.
the first one you looked at? The one that was displayed up there, the 2026 plan that we've been talking about, that I'm familiar with, and then that one which talked about the distance in the parking lot. I'm confused. Was that does it sound like it's 2 separate ones saying where the parking lot is?
Yeah. That's it. So the building department somehow submitted this plan. And I don't know what the protocol is for that, whether they, I would think they would need the approval of some other departments or commissions, but I don't know exactly. Well, this is what I'm wondering.
Did I see that, Mike?
If we could continue the discussion, not make a decision right now. You, Phyllis and Roy, get together with the Historical Commission and Squanicook Greenway or whatever, and,
The Historical Society,
pardon?
the Historical
Historical
Society.
Historical Society, I'm sorry, thank you. And I'm quite sure that you're gonna discover that this plan was used and not the plan that you want amended in putting in the parking lot. So you're gonna have to reconcile it somehow, I think, for us to approve it.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned about the consistency in what we're seeing.
Does that sound reasonable?
So that's reasonable to me. I just want to make clear that if the commission were to be leaning towards us submitting a new notice of intent, we want to make sure that we have the opportunity to start that as early as possible, as that is a timely process. It sounds, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but it sounds like there is a path forward through the amendment process, which would certainly allow for the exact same plan to be submitted and have these discussions submitted at or continued at consecutive meetings instead of having a lag in this. So I am fine with that. I'd have to, oh, go ahead.
I don't want the Historical Society to spend any more money than they have to. They should spend money on education and facilities and get that whole thing up and running. So I don't want them to spend money on a new NOI. And I'm hoping that somehow we can figure out the sort of reconcile the plan with the concerns that some of us have with the parking lot. Yes.
Yeah, so just, we got we went through the whole process, building the rail trail, the notice of intent, getting it, and we went through the whole process of getting a certificate of compliance, sending it off to the registry. So, I mean, I am very much focused on, I understand that ultimately we need an agreed plan that you guys agree on that ultimately gets a certificate of compliance.
Right.
There's no way to do that if we don't do what's in the final plan that's agreed to. So that is what Squanico Greenways represents, and I believe that the Townsend Historical
That is
Society,
our intent.
it would be our intent to get a certificate of compliance. So,
Colby, what's your viewpoint here?
Excuse me, I wanted to ask the chair a question,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. I'm here to speak.
Well, all three of you got a chance to speak.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
thought,
Oh, I'm
I thought
sorry.
if we were,
Okay.
but if you want to talk to
No,
Colby,
no,
go
No,
ahead.
no, go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I mean,
I'm
I'm a
sorry.
gentleman. Go ahead, Sandra.
No, I insist.
No,
I'm sorry. I
she
didn't
yields-
mean to cut you off.
She yields to you. So go
Yes, I
ahead.
do.
Anyway. I'm close to asking, for a motion for us to move forward with the amended order of conditions so we can get this project moving forward. I feel as though we can address parking lot, the locate, all these other things moving forward with the amended. For us to go through another NOI, I don't think that's in anyone's favor. I think we can resolve, work forward with Seth, everybody, and obtain
I
a
agree.
very, very good
I agree.
ending.
I'm just,
But if we sit here, keep spinning our wheels, coming up with, these two stumps removed, they shouldn't have been. I agree with that.
It's the fact,
We are
that-
seeing a lot of deviation,
okay,
correct?
when the Squanicook Greenway asked for an amendment to the OOC for putting in the canoe ramp. They did it before they put in the canoe ramp. This is all after the fact,
I understand.
okay? And I would feel very uncomfortable.
Where are we missing in the monitoring of this?
Well, we monitored and discovered that things were being done that shouldn't have been done until they were okay. So you can make a motion if you wish.
Sandra?
Okay, thank you. So Colby, I was wondering what your viewpoint is in all this as our agent.
Okay, we have been working on this for weeks, and I'll start with the how the OOC is, the current OOC is out of compliance. There are conditions in there that are not being met in the permit. Those being, as well as the attachment A, there are conditions there that are not being abided by. Mainly, there's been unauthorized work that has been already completed without any change to the plan or, informing, information provided to the, Conservation Commission. You know, it is your purview to assess if regulations, under the Wetlands Protection Act are being met, by this job site. And there are activities there that you have not, assessed. They're already, the work has already been done, right? You know, the next thing is, if you want to consider, consider amending the OOC, you have to think about whether or not there are significant changes in that. The amendment process, the OOC is for minor changes. And and it's in my opinion that the gravel parking lot is not a minor change. And the significance of it is increased by moving it towards the pond there. Not only does it bring it within the 35-foot no disturb zone, but it's also in 50-foot no build zone, as well as 200-foot riverfront area, and that is considered a riverfront. We have that written into our bylaw.
Can I ask, Seth?
There are many activities here that amount to it not being minor changes. Those being first starting with the removal of 2 mature trees, stumps, the regrading of that area of the area where those trees were, the excavation of the soil profile, filling with gravel, and then there's the light post foundations installation. Now, going forward, it's my advice not to do it with the amended OOC. That leaves you really 2 options. One, you mentioned an NOI. You can try and do it with an NOI, or you can work, the other option is an enforcement order. If you were to do the NOI avenue, you know, and you are looking to reclaim the area that was made into a parking lot, that's a tougher road to go if you want that done, because there's an appeal process that can slow that down dramatically. I think, and you know, I would suggest the enforcement order route. No, everyone has their misgivings or dislikes for an enforcement order. But if you can address a rehabilitation, a rehabilitation plan, that's not restoration plan, thank you. Much more quickly and cleanly with enforcement. You know, and you have to, with that NOI, if you were to apply for an NOI, you would have to consider if those activities that have already taken place can meet the performance standards within the Wetlands Protection Act, spelled out in 310 CMR 10.58. They're all written there. It's written there. You have to review them all. If it could not be met, if those performance standards could not be met within the NOI, you would have to deny it, not approve it. Which is why I suggested enforcement order. I think that would actually hasten the process. So I think that is the quickest and easiest way to do this. Sense. I will suggest too, sorry, I've been in discussion with the DP. And if they are very reluctant to accept an amended OCS.
So to state the obvious, it sounds like the amended OOC is not the way to go then if the DEP is reluctant. I mean, so the enforcement order, can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, wait. I'm looking at it as well. And I'm getting this all out of the Wetlands Enforcement Manual.
Okay.
Which I made available.
Well, can I ask this? Okay. Seth, if you could meet with the two organizations and come up with a plan that addresses our concerns that the parking lot has been moved in a location that's not on the plan. And you could come up with the plans for the restoration plan, which would be similar to the plans that would be on the enforcement order. Do you think you could do that in a few weeks and have it ready for the next meeting?
Yeah, absolutely. So I respect everybody's opinion. I've worked through the enforcement order process frequently, a couple times a year. I don't personally receive them. We're hired to address them. My 2 cents on this is you could issue an enforcement order and it's going to take time to issue that. And it's going to say that we either have to come with the very plan that we're discussing right now and offering to prepare for the commission at some date uncertain, or we have to submit a new NOI. So, well, certainly I feel that the commission has certain protections in issuing an enforcement order and an ability to have additional follow-up. What we're asking for is not bypassing that very process. It's essentially accelerating it. Tonight, you have multiple representatives of the applicant and the parties involved here. I haven't heard one of them object to say that they don't intend to do what the commission asks here. So your request is completely reasonable, Mr. Chair. We would be happy to meet with them and put together a plan that demonstrates not only the compliance with 310 CMR 10 Wetlands Protection Act and the appropriate provisions there, but also the restoration and an intended final project that's being asked of us.
Okay, so considering all of the concerns that the agent has expressed, I'll level with you. If the amendment had been submitted and we acted upon it appropriately, I think it was a good plan. But you know my concerns. So if you can do what you just described, I don't know if we need to make a motion to continue this discussion or just say that we're going to continue it. And depending on what you present to us in a few weeks, or Frank presents to us in a few weeks at the next meeting, if it seems as if it's going to address our concerns, then I do want to avoid the NOI.
All right, I find that agreeable. If any of the applicants on the call don't agree with that, please let us know. But I see this as an olive branch, and thank you.
Any comments?
Swanco Greenway, please.
We'll agree with as a historical society. We're trying to be compliant. We're trying to move forward. on our project here for the good of the community. I would just ask that your side, your agents also follow process and procedure that they're supposed to.
I've absolutely been following the process.
Can you tell me where you think he hasn't followed the process?
I've heard there's been issues that instead of going through the greenways, you've taken initiative to go to outside resources, to reach outside.
We're not
Beyond
outside
that,
resources.
and I've also-
Okay, this is not what we're discussing right now. This
You
is
asked me a
irrelevant.
question, so
Okay. Okay, but relevant to this situation, in your opinion, has Colby done something that he shouldn't have done?
no, I'm just saying in general, moving forward,
Okay,
I would like it to be respectful that your members also follow the process.
we're gonna try. We'll do the best we can.
I'm sorry, but I'm trying to figure out how any of us have not followed the process.
Okay,
We
so,
wanna stay, no, I'm sorry. We want to stay within the realm of compliance. You're absolutely right. We don't want to do enforcement. I abhor it. I think everyone
Ultimately,
here.
we are not a
We're
board
not-
of enforcement,
one
we're a board of
enforcement.
compliance.
Sorry?
We're not really a board of enforcement, we're a board of
you
compliance.
see, the real problem,
You really are both things. If you want to keep people in the compliance.
It's a
by
balance.
Following the conditions of the permits that are,
we agreed to. The real problem came when the work continued as if we were gonna automatically accept the amended conditions. And that wasn't right. I don't know how, for the life of me, I can't figure out why you did it backwards. It would have been so easy. It's good to do it the right way. And I don't think there would have been a problem. That's my opinion anyway. So where do we go with this? Do we need to make a motion that we can, continue the discussion? Or we just say that we're,
I'm not saying, I'm a little frustrated with this whole process at this point in time. I wanted to say something, I got enough.
nope, we wanted you to
Move
say.
forward. You're the chair, move forward. But I'm in disagreement, we can come to an understanding and we can move forward with this. And what I'm seeing is a great deal of unnecessary counter resistance. When there are solutions available to us, and now we're wasting our time. And it's valuable time. And it's very frustrating to see what's going on. I agree with what you're saying as to where you feel it shouldn't have been done. So I'm gonna be cautious as to any more comments from myself.
Okay. So I think we just, continue this till, next meeting on the 12th. And,
So we will not entertain a motion to.
if you wanna make the, if you wanna make the
No, I'll
motion.
move forward with what,
No, you make the
Chairman.
motion if you wish.
no, let's stick to what we're doing here.
Do we have to sign off on this one if it's done?
Yes.
Okay, so then things aren't done the way they're supposed to be, then we don't sign off, right?
Correct.
Okay, so why can't we just make sure those things are fixed and move forward with this? Because if they can't close the book on it unless we sign off, that's our guarantee that things will be done correctly, correct?
One would hope that eventually they would, want us to issue a certificate of compliance, yes?
But isn't that how we can guarantee that it will be fixed?
Um,
Yeah.
Well, possibly, if fixed means move it back. See, that's, as long as the plan.
No, I'm saying moving forward,
Yeah.
if we move forward, do an amendment on this stuff, isn't the fact that we have to sign off on this our power to make sure that moving forward, it gets done properly, or things that need to be fixed, get fixed? They made the suggestions of things that they wanted to do, isn't that are guaranteed our power to sign off on this to make sure that those things get done, because I know you've expressed a concern that who's to say if we move forward on this thing, that those things will be done. So my question to you as chair is, if we move forward on this, isn't our power to sign off on this our guarantee to make sure that the things that
That's a valid point. But and my concern is that things were done that shouldn't have been done. And I guess I just needed reassurance that the consultation would come up with a plan to assure me that the restoration was going to be done the way we think it should be done. If we were to give them the okay now, and they would say, sure, we're going to restore it. Well, what if it's not restored exactly the way we would want it restored, or without any input?
Well, isn't that, well, that's why I just asked you.
But we need, I think we need to agree to what the plan is before we say we agree with the amendment, but we don't know exactly what the restoration plan is yet. I think we need the restoration plan.
So, I mean, I think what you're proposing is reasonable. Let's come up with a plan that you think is would be acceptable to you, and then say, okay, you can amend your order of conditions, and this is the plan we can accept. And then we go ahead and make sure we get to the point where we have a certificate of compliance. I mean, that is ultimately what we all want to do. That's the cheapest way to do it. Squanico Greenways has a history, and a lot of this is happening on Squanico Greenways land of doing that. I think that this is a good plan that you're suggesting, and we go ahead.
Okay.
So can I outline the process a little bit, please?
Yeah.
We talk about it already. Great. So if first you decide if you're gonna hear, if you're gonna honor their request to amend the OC, you're gonna hear about their amendment. If not, if you don't agree with that, if it's into the amended OC, then you can either work under new NOI or the enforcement order. But kicking the ball down the road, kicking the can down the road here, without voting on whether or not you want to hear the amendment based on their suggestions that they've already submitted, then that would be out of process.
This is, well, it's already way out of process because they went ahead and did it. So, I don't know if we have a framework exactly how to deal with something like this. But to me, my suggestion, it makes sense to me that we can wait 3 weeks, I think it's 3 weeks, hear their restoration plan, and then we can vote. Does that sound reasonable?
Kobe's making a face.
I've said my piece, I've explained it.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to explain it.
So we're actually gonna measure because you were kind of like doing an estimate about the number of feet the parking lot moved. Like,
Well, and also, that berm served a purpose. And I think just to level it off, and now drainage has changed. Trees are one thing, they were gone, the stumps were going to rot. But there were enough changes that I think need to be
Talking about
replaced.
berm between the parking area and the rail trail.
Yeah,
There's still
and 10 feet of grass or other plantings need to be restored.
I don't know the exact footage, but there is a berm there as of right now. With grass, I've seen it with my own eyes, so when I did the walk berm.
How wide is the berm?
Like I said, I don't have a measurement on it, but I'm saying it is there.
Is this the berm you're referring to directly behind the church?
No, the parking lot.
The parking lot goes down to the rail trail, and there's a couple of feet of vegetation. Which maybe creates the illusion of a berm, but I don't see a berm.
In other words, you're talking right where the parking lot is from the direction of where the post is, the concrete post, to the rail trail.
Right.
You're saying that it's basically roughly, how many feet?
2.5, 3 feet.
Huh?
What was this?
The marker? The pillar that comes up out of the ground?
Right.
You're saying that's 2 or 3 feet from the rail trail?
Well, there were 3 of them. Two of them are well into the other side of the parking lot. There's 3 of them. One is very close to the rail trail.
And can we establish if it's
Like pictures if you like.
What's that?
I have pictures if you like.
there you go, that would be helpful, but another thing I would like to establish. What is it? Is it 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet?
Well, this is where Seth is going to take some measurements and he'll present them in 3 weeks. If we agree that that's what we'd like to happen.
Are we going to think of assigning a commissioner to oversee any of this to make sure things are getting done right? Because it seems like
I'll do it.
there's a lack of overview and some things have slid because they have not been getting checked and double checked on.
See, there's just a couple of feet. Where that concrete marker is about, I believe, roughly where the front edge of the parking lot on the plan, on the amended plan is supposed to be.
So you're telling me from that over, it's supposed to be,
That granite post isn't what he's referring to, you're referring to the concrete posts that were poured for light posts,
Right.
correct?
Right. I don't know why that, if that concrete was there before.
Yes, it was there before.
Yeah, it just hasn't been
It's a
removed.
railroad,
Yeah, it hasn't been removed or something, yeah.
there.
Referred as granite, not concrete, that'll confuse him quick. That's granite, right?
That's great.
yes, that's a grant.
That's not the concrete.
Correct.
But you agree that this concrete
But that's gonna,
near the rail trail?
that's gotta go.
Yeah.
What's gotta go on in here then?
Just the post that's right next to the rail trail.
In proximity
Well,
to,
from my point of view, maybe it's what Seth says, but I would guess.
Yeah.
okay, so
Yes.
that's what you're referring to, the concrete pier that is going to take the light posts.
Right,
Correct. That's where you're saying that 2 to 3 feet from the
from the
rail
trail.
trail. Now, does that concrete light post represent the edge of the parking lot? Or is that just a light post?
I mean, the parking lot is still, it's gonna be where the parking lot is set when we have agreed on plan.
Did you just say a moment ago that concrete has to go?
I am not, I'm.
Okay, that's very encouraging. Because that could be part of the discussion.
That is certainly something that
Yeah.
we'll be talking to Seth about.
That's right.
Or just say
But my
that-
question
They
was,
gave commitment.
is the concrete
Right.
post, does that represent the edge of the parking lot? The most important aspect of this is the parking lot, correct?
Right, it's
Not
pretty much in
necessarily
the
the
corner.
concrete post.
Pretty much in the corner.
519, Kobe. Huh? 519, please.
That's the concrete that you're.
Right,
Yeah, that's the light post. As you can see, the schedule 80 out of it where they're gonna have the wiring. But
Yeah.
but
what
you
I'm
see,
saying again, does that represent, here's the concrete post, is the parking lot right up against it? Here, where is it the definitive ending of the parking lot?
relating to the discussion, that's almost irrelevant because it's well within the vegetative buffer.
Relevant? Okay.
Okay. So that's what we'll do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so it'll be on the agenda for 8/12/2026.
Next meeting is the 12th or 13th?
Um,
12, I'm sorry, I put the 3 there. That was a bad 2. And we will revisit with Seth.
right, or Seth and or Frank.
Yeah, I'd say Frank will be back for applications. Well, Frank.
So Seth is just taking over for Frank on the interim of this, just to represent
correct.
this one?
Well, I mean,
I'll speak with Frank. This is an involved discussion, so you may get both of us at the next meeting. Just so nothing's lost in communication. I don't want to not convey something to him. You guys have spent a lot of time on this tonight, and I want to make sure that we get a plan back to you that addresses what you're asking for.
Okay,
All right, let's revisit. I don't
okay.
want to circle around anything.
All right, I think we've,
I think you have to attend to activities until the next meeting, because this is a little bit
what do we have to do?
gray area. It's not clear, this process. So, are you allowing them to put up light posts, and are you allowing them?
No, they have, no. We read into the
You read it.
minutes, your letter. There should be no work done until we get this resolved.
Yeah, just,
So you have, did you
I have
actually,
written these letters before.
but have you
The
labeled it
commission
as a
should-
cease and
The
desist?
commission should be making a decision.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. Does that letter represent a cease and desist on any further work?
You can do it right now.
Okay, that's why I'm asking. If you feel the letter
It's a very
demonstrates
nice
that do not cease more work, or would you prefer we use the verbiage of no more work if it's presently under a cease and desist?
Well, I would prefer that this, I'm hoping that this is enough to stop the work so that we don't have to do an enforcement order.
Same letter again.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if we go the enforcement order route, then we have to vote on it, and this just makes it a lot simpler.
That's why I'm asking. So it's defined and we all are on the same page, right?
Right.
Other thing I'd like to go back to, it's very obvious we need to increase oversight on this. I'm not saying
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
we need to increase some oversight on this. Because you went out when I saw you out there when they were doing horizontal boring, correct? You were, that's when you were pulling the measurements, correct? All right, so.
Okay, but, point well taken, and
So
we'll
where do we go
increase
with,
surveillance.
so where do we go with who's going to double check on stuff? Is why you?
Because I'm very concerned that things are done correctly.
Am I any different than that?
You can come anytime you want and check.
Well, I had made the volunteer and the question as to where we're gonna go with better oversight.
Well, I think that is a discussion, but not necessarily for this now.
It's a condition of the order of conditions that agents and commissioners can visit the site to monitor the performance, or you can monitor the conditions of the OOC.
Let me see if I understand what you just said.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
Any commissioner would be able to go down there at any point in time? Is that what you basically?
During reasonable hours. Yes.
Okay, well, we've given this one another round. Okay, so that's where we're at. I don't think we need to take a vote on anything. We'll just continue this discussion for 3 weeks.
Thank you for your time and we'll see you then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
You
need this back? Actually, yeah, we can.
I've got that. And that's the one you had gotten from the BI downstairs at, and I don't know.
Yeah, we could figure that one out.
Yes.
You see where the fact that this was, the work continued just makes an awkward situation where nobody's actually. All right, moving on. What are we at? Continuation of notice of intent. NOI DEP number 308-0703 TWB 2026-0060 Brookline Road. And so this just needs to be continued.
And ask if anyone's here to represent.
Oh, good idea.
I couldn't hear you, Cole.
Ask if there's anyone here to represent that property.
Is anyone here to represent the 0 Brookline Road? No.
Was
I have
there,
not received any information from them or any updates.
meaning from the engineer on the, from Dillison Roy?
Correct. Or the applicant.
Okay, so have you received or gotten any more correspondence from the individuals at the buildings down below?
Thank you for the reminder. Yes, in the folder, there is a prejudice correspondence from the neighbors.
This one?
Correspondence. Yeah, I think I put it into.
In the file, the 0 Brookline?
Oh, 0 Brookline.
Okay.
Shall I read this into the record?
Your discretion.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Okay,
up to you.
relating
So
to-
it is important to get
Okay.
that information to the commissioners.
Lauren Sullivan, to the Townsend Conservation Commission, dear members of the Townsend Conservation Commission. As abutters to the property under review, we are writing to express our growing concern regarding the repeated continuances and the length of time this matter has remained unresolved. From the beginning, we understood that this matter involved work occurring in or near protected wetlands, and we have participated in the process in good faith. However, the repeated continuances have unnecessarily prolonged this matter, delaying resolution of important issues involving work in or near protected wetlands and leaving abutters without timely answers. We respectfully request that the commission move this matter forward move matter towards a timely resolution while ensuring that all applicable provisions of the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the Townsend Wetland Bylaws are fully addressed before any final decision is made. As abutters, we recognize and appreciate the commission's responsibility to protect the town's wetland resources and to conduct a fair and transparent review. We respectfully ask that this matter not continue indefinitely and that it be brought to a timely conclusion. Thank you for your time, consideration, and service to the town of Townsend. Respectfully submitted, concerned abutters, David and Lorraine Sullivan, Dan Macklin, Scott and Wendy McGrath, Marilyn Brown, Ryan and Amy Balkin, and Rebecca Goheen, 201 Brookline Street, Townsend, Mass.
Is 201 Brookline Street, that's the condos, that's their
Right.
Yes.
street, and all the people you just read off are, we assume.
At 201 Brookline Street.
Very good.
Okay.
And that was stamped in when?
July 13th. You make a good point. So what's our, what do we do about it? Can we ask, Phyllis and Roy to push things along?
Well, what are the issues that are making it so difficult? Start with that. Can you outline what the issues are that are making it difficult for a regular NOI to be considered? I've done good words and explain it. Yeah, so you're aware of external or factors that that are causing the delay, right? Or
Are you referring to that it's with the engineering aspect with Billis and Roy, or are you referring to the
we could go right back to the comments by the DP, if you like. You use the references there. You have the NOI that explains what the project is.
Yep.
And then the DP explains what the problem is, right?
So what we're looking at is what do we have in our arsenal to bring this to fruition quicker? Do we call Billis and Roy? Do we call the property owner? Ultimately, we're looking to you. What is the mechanism to get this to proceed forward so we don't see this again? Continuation.
Okay, exactly, which is why I'm trying to get you to that point. So you obviously don't like enforcement orders as a commission. So I suggest writing a letter stating that this is becoming a prolonged process. We want to see an update.
To both the homeowner, I'm sorry, Mike.
Go ahead.
To both the homeowner, the letter, send it to the homeowner and Phyllis and Roy.
The applicant.
The applicant.
And ultimately, the applicant shall be the one to prompt the engineering company or whichever, so
We're
well.
ultimately responsible.
Correct.
They own the property, they apply for the permit.
Okay.
Can you, can you write the letter and be almost as succinct as you just expressed it? I mean, that was to the point.
Right.
I do my best.
Okay, do you want me to, help you with that process? I don't mind coming in. You want me to, read it before we send it, or you just,
I can write it.
okay. But the way you just expressed it, I think, gets to the point. We gotta move this forward. And send it right to the homeowner, to the owner, and to Phyllis and Roy. And respectfully request a response. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to excuse myself.
Okay,
Have a good night, Jimmy.
okay. We were moving, the, Mass DOT District 3 engineers up to 301. Is that, who is that? Anna? Or who else?
Are we looking at 3.2?
4.2, we're moving it to
Oh, I see.
3.
What's that?
We're not gonna do
4 point,
What about 3.2?
Diana's on one.
4.2 is now moved to 3.0.
I see.
And we're hearing from Hannah or Diana. Diana, hi.
Yes. Hi, how are you? Yes, Hannah's here from BSC as well. She's participating in the permit preparation of the project, and she and my colleague Shyla are both here to just kind of keep up with the details on the project to help support everything. So also the Mass DOT district engineers couldn't be here tonight, so I'm going to do my best to answer technical questions. And unfortunately, I don't have some question, maybe some questions might come up about traffic management or, timing, and I don't know that, but I did just want to discuss so there's basically several scenarios that we could go through for permitting, and then several scenarios that they could go through for needed activities. And so it might be some mix and matching of what is allowable, kind of reflecting back to the conversation you were having about amended orders and how far those can go versus maybe administrative approval and how comfortable you are with that kind of approval, all the way through to a new notice of intent. So I'll just start by saying I'm Diana Walden from BSC Group. I don't think I said that, but I am here for the Mass DOT culvert work on Route 119. Adjacent to Edward Road, the tributary to the Squanicook River crosses under 119. And I know the commission is familiar with the deteriorating conditions out there. And it was several years ago now that we did an after the fact notice of intent for kind of some emergency repairs they needed to do on the embankment. I believe they pulled up a few pieces of stone that had fallen into the water as well. So we did get the after the fact approval for that work. And so they are still concerned with debris clogging that culvert to the point that a little bit ago it was really backing up and beginning, to create some flooding conditions or concerns upstream for residents on Edward Road. And they were able to remove some of the debris, get some clearance to start draining the water. But I think they're concerned about that happening again and being able to address it quickly. And they also know that, there's slabs of granite inside the culvert that have slipped down and might be kind of catching the debris, keeping it in place. They've tried kind of pushing and pulling the debris, and also tried jetting water through, and they're not fully clearing the culvert. So their latest request is to basically stage themselves on the roadway, excavate down into the roadway surface to reach the top slab of the culvert, and basically pull that aside, try to remove the debris that way. And if the culvert is holding well, the ideal scenario would be that they'd replace the slab, clear the debris for now, replace the slab, and continue on keeping an eye on it until we can get the replacement designed and permitted, which is in progress. And we are hoping to finish up those applications this summer and then deal with the DEP for their 401 and the Army Corps for the 404. So that would be the ideal scenario, is working from the roadway, lifting the top off the slab, clearing the debris that way, and being able to replace the slab and kind of leaving it as is again for a while. The second more complicated scenario would be, while they're in there feeling like the culvert isn't going to hold much longer, and to see if they could fit a 36-inch HDPE pipe through the culvert to kind of stabilize it for a little bit longer. They would, if that was the case, they would probably have a flared end on the inlet side, and they would probably build up some stone on the embankment again to stabilize that area around that head wall on the inlet side. They would try to keep any of that stone stabilization from actually being in the water, but up and around the culvert. And that would be the kind of the second scenario. And then the third scenario would be they can't get that pipe into the culvert. The work that they try to do to get the debris out and fix things up seems to make the culvert even worse, to the point that it's really going to collapse. And they could potentially take the pipe and create a new hole through the embankment and use that pipe for a diversion for the stream. And that would be what would be proposed in the replacement scenario as well. So once we finally do get to the replacement scenario and permit that, they are going to have a diversion pipe, in during the construction phase. And so if they had to get to that last scenario, they would put it in place, the water would be diverted for the moment, and it would just stay in place until the replacement could be completed. We do have a plan we could show you for where the diversion pipe would be. It's a kind of a a pre-glance at the existing or the permit plans that we're making. So we could show you where that would be. But basically, those are the three scenarios of work that might happen that they really don't know what will happen until they get out there and open things up. And then the request would be, would some level of those scenarios be something that could be approved as an administrative approval? Is there a level of work that would require an amended order? And is there even a further level of work that would require a new order of conditions? And so those are kind of the two the two scenarios running that we were asking for some advice on. And as I mentioned, I don't know how much of an emergency or concern they feel that this is, where, could any of that work happen with the commitment to do an after the fact of whatever if it's the amended or the new order of conditions decision being made. So there's a lot of questions there. Just kind of curious if we could talk through them and see if there's any advice as to the best path to follow.
Yikes. Oh, gosh. Well, the good news is that you actually came in front of us. Sometimes when things are done that don't need our authorization, you don't hear about them too much. So that's the good news. The bad news is that personally, I've had zero experience with anything close to this. So I'm going to defer. Colby, do you have any thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, my suggestion would be for the first two scenarios, I think to be very comfortable with doing an administrative approval. If it gets to the third scenario there, Diana, that's a bit more I would suggest. And when you get to there, then perhaps you would look at submitting a new NOI or amending the NOI that you have currently.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Or what do you think?
Yeah. And then I would just say, if the third scenario happened, it would probably happen right in the field when they realize that neither of the first two scenarios would work. So I guess it's almost as if the commission has to be okay with the fact that if that does happen, it would probably be done. And then that piece would have to be the after the fact if the other two were allowable under an administrative approval. Just because it could be like a scenario happening at the moment that would have to be rectified, kind of thing.
Diana, is that a concrete culvert that's under there right now?
I believe the head walls are concrete, but I know there's granite involved in the internal structure of like the slabs on top. I'm not sure about the walls, but I know the slabs covering the top of the culvert are granite slabs.
All right. And they just want to clear this, they don't want to repair it, or is the repair basically the last alternative?
The repair, I think that the repair is going to be the replacement. I don't know how much more they could repair.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
A total replacement would be the repair.
Yeah.
Because me personally, I drive that road every day, and I have a concern because when you're going westbound on that road, your whole vehicle dips to the right when you go over.
Yes.
So I'm like, okay, public safety supersedes anything. I mean, let's not try, little things. Let's just take care of the problem.
Yes. And they definitely are working towards that. And, it is frustrating how slowly the whole process moves. And I think that they're frustrated too, as maintenance, they could do things for maintenance, but the full replacement just kind of requires a lot of additional analysis. And there's a lot of factors out there being that, you know, there's overhead utility lines that need to shift for the proposed work, for the proposed replacement and the wider crossing. I believe there's some utility mains in the roadway, and that's actually one last thing to mention too in a minute. And you know, to replace it, to make it wider, as wide as possible, to better the, you know, stream crossing and stream openness. They don't want to make it so wide that it becomes a bridge, because that's a whole other Mass DOT bureaucratic situation. But if they can keep it just under the width of what a bridge would be, which I believe are going for like 9.5 feet, you know, the problem is when we're like kind of dominoing into easements and right of way and takings to make the larger crossing work and to do the scour protection needed, you know, just beyond the roadway layout. And so anytime Mass DOT right of way gets involved, it becomes a much longer process. The coordination with utilities ends up taking a much longer time. So it does seem like a long time ago that we were in for the after the fact repairs, and we're still, you know, going through the process to get this replaced. And, you know, even like with applications kind of like wrapping up this summer, it's still approvals and then finally a construction season. But I know that they would really like to have those approvals in place for the next construction season. You know, and they're very worried about this. I think this culvert's on their mind as well. And I actually live in West Groton, so I pass it as well. And every time I see the cones and everything out there and feel the feel the dip in the road. Yeah, I definitely understand.
Yeah, but this is just my personal opinion here, which doesn't really have a bearing on Mass DOT, but
Yeah,
they, you know, they should just, why kick the can down the road per se with these little things when we know it needs to be replaced. But
yeah.
anyway, that's just my 2 cents. They should work on that replacement instead of trying to kick the can down the road and hope it lasts another season like they do with everything else in this state.
so where do we go from here? Do you need,
Yeah, what do you need?
approvals as, Colby described, or do we vote? Do we need to vote on this?
Yes,
Okay, okay.
and decide which permit you want to go with. That was the administrative approval, amending the current policy. It's up there if you want to read through it. And I don't think you were thinking about a new NOI, is that correct? Or were you?
We were hoping to avoid a new NOI, but I know that, you know, as you mentioned, what you and DEP can accept, you know, how much can impacts change and things like that. And you know, the new diversion pipe kind of in a slightly different location than the existing culvert may push that a bit. But I know it is kind of a localized area. It's all the same situation. It's just trying to repair things until the replacement can happen. And yeah, so I think, you know, the worst case scenario would be having to file an order of conditions, just as the worst case scenario would be having to put the diversion pipe in to the embankment in a separate location.
It sounds like it needs just administrative approval for their go-to scenarios. And I understand the fact that there may need to be an after the fact if we get to that third scenario that we try and avoid because of the way that these things sometimes go. So I think that administrative approval will be good. I understand the after effect.
Can you make a motion?
I can try.
Yeah, go for it.
Could I quickly just add to from the engineers? I don't think that this is anything that affects necessarily the resources, but when they're in there, they talked about installing insertion valves for the existing water line so they can isolate the area. I'm not 100% sure what that means, if it's just kind of a plate or something within the body of the roadway and the culvert to kind of protect the water line. But that was another thing that they added to the description of the work. So I did just want to mention that.
Okay, thank you. So if we have a motion and seconded, then we can have the discussion.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay,
So I, Abigail Farley, make a motion for administrative approval on MassDOT District 3 Engineering and BSC Group actively actively working permit application to replace the deteriorating culvert under Route 19 near Edward Road.
Yeah, and I would add, just suggestion, add in, as just, an administrative approval for the first two that the scenarios that Diana explained, and beyond that, amended.
As described in the first two scenarios that Diana, what's the last name?
Walden. Walden, just like Walden Pond.
Diana Walton described, and for after the fact.
And beyond that.
And beyond that,
Amended.
amended rules.
Okay. I'll second it. Discussion?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to step out for a minute, so I missed the scenario, so we could just have like a real recap, so I know, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So the best case scenario would be they are going to do excavation from the roadway surface down into the top of the culvert, remove the slabs, and hopefully remove any of the debris that's kind of causing some of this concern about the culvert flooding back flooding up into the upstream areas. That would be best case, and they could just place that slab back on and leave it as it is a little bit longer until we can do the full replacement and permit that. The second case scenario would be if they're feeling like the culvert, the structure of the culvert is maybe starting to fail at that point, they could try to install a 36-inch HDPE pipe through the length of the culvert to basically kind of stabilize that opening. They'd have a flared end at the inlet, and they would try to put some stone around the head wall and around the slope to kind of keep that stable. And then the third case scenario would be if they are working on that, the pipe cannot go through the culvert kind of to keep it stable, and they're feeling like the culvert is going to basically completely block the stream, like fall further and block the stream. We have a proposed location for when the replacement happens, where they would be basically installing the pipe through the embankment in a separate location where the flow would be diverted into that diversion pipe so it could continue flowing while they work on the replacement of the culvert. But what they would do is put that in now, and the stream would be rerouted into that culvert, that pipe, for the length of time from now until the final placement could happen.
I see, thank you so much for doing the recap, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. Vote to accept the motion, roll call, starting with Sandra.
Colby, what was your input on that, for the motion?
Yeah, I suggest, I made a recommendation for the motion.
Okay, Sandra Ward, yes.
Brian Pinkerton, yes.
Abigail Farley, yes.
Mike Pot said yes.
Thank you. I
Okay.
can certainly follow up with Colby and send kind of a different, additional description of those three scenarios and, the additional technical details that the engineers had provided to me too, just so you have it in writing and maybe we can get some answers too on timing, anything like that from DOT.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful to have a little narrative to it, so I appreciate that.
Yes, certainly can even turn it into a letter, an email, just to have kind of a record, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great night. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Where are we?
3.2 standard operation procedural development for trail creation maintenance on.
Okay. What do we need to do to that
I
one?
don't know, I got that, I'm getting exhausted.
Oh,
Can we, yeah,
What a fun this one.
well,
Could I
the only thing I noticed on it, I mean, it all looked good. the questions that I had, on the identified organizations are Townsend Conservation Commission, Townsend Trail Association, and then spaces for other ones. So we can add more if something comes along after the fact and just vote them on.
Yeah, I think you can be kind of fluid,
Yeah,
and maybe you should be fluid, so you can add or alter things as you go.
okay. Okay,
Yes.
and I don't know if people had a chance to read it, but the only thing, and this is just, maybe picky, is that,
Might have had, and I stole it pretty good, so I might have.
yeah. Okay,
What I
well, the only thing is that technically Townsend, as I understand it, we don't have the 25 foot or the 35 foot, actually, this says 25 foot. We have a 35 foot vegetative buffer. We don't technically have the no disturb zone, I think. Is that true or not? I looked through our bylaws, and it seems to be referred to as a vegetative buffer.
Okay.
And
Is that something we can continue next time to investigate that?
do we need to vote on this or just?
I saw the,
Only if you wanna put it into action, right? Or,
Okay,
because once, I tell you, once you do approve something or decide that you like the set of plans, we'll put it onto the website.
okay.
I remember seeing some questions as far as insurance or some different questions, legalities, and can you put that up there? It said there were some questions in the end of it, I think, about who the,
Here, I have it right here.
oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. There were some questions on there about whether the town's insurance would cover the people working or something. Remember that part of it? There's a bunch of.
Yeah, you definitely wanna stay away from it, so mark it off, take crayon. Just matches through it, so I can remove that.
Okay. Yeah, there was like, yeah, those were the question, thank you very much. Yeah, those were like, the question marks that I had, those other, what ifs and on there.
So what if you make those, minor changes and then next time we vote on it? And then you can post it. Okay,
Hold on.
oh,
And the minor changes X's out the insurance stuff. Plus, we also add that we can take or remove in the future, modify.
okay,
We reserve the right to modify it.
okay.
Modify the trail operation, operating manual.
That way, as we move forward, new things arise, we can either take it away or add to it.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's good.
okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's not meant to be binding.
Well, you know how anything goes. There's a standard and then there's certain issues that require special attention.
Yeah. All right, no, good. Very good.
Thank you.
Board of Health wants to have a work session to talk about 61 Edward Road.
What's the deal with 61 Edwards Road?
Oh, the cleanup or
Yeah,
something?
so 61 Edward Road, there's a letter that they wrote to that the Board of Health wrote to the property owner. It's been ongoing for a few years. The owner has lots of debris outside of their house, and it does make its way into the waterway there.
Edwards Road.
So what they're looking for is someone from the Conservation Commission to talk to, or a full-on joint meeting. Carl and I suggested just, one person meet up with another Board of Health member and kind of try and come up with a plan. And then we can bring the information back to each board commission. Does that make sense?
And this would be a plan to how to get this person to clean it up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very much.
okay. Anybody want to take on that?
I'm just trying to get a little better view of what we're talking about.
I don't know if I'm experienced enough yet.
Yeah. And there is what, a waterway, a wetland next to them?
Right. Right upstream from the culvert that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed that because it did say that the culvert was near Edward Road. So clearly there is a waterway around there.
Get the name of the brook.
Oh. Yes,
You can see everything from the 119.
yeah, well aware of that. Yeah, they have a number of items that they leave on the lower parcel of their property. And when the swamp rises, it consumes it all. So if they could just pick up their items, that would be nice.
Well, I guess that's the point. We need a strategy to get them to pick up their items.
Well, I mean, what's our
Well, in the past-
standard ops to go there and say, hi, I'm from the Conservation Commission, do you think you could pick up some of your items? So we don't have to,
In the past,
It's that ugly word that, all I can hear was, it comes to enforcement issue. And it's a long slog out battle, which the previous conservation agents had been addressing. And so they have a history of documents being sent to the property owner. And then starting to find the property owner. They never, I'm not sure what the fallout was ultimately. If they did collect funds from them, I think they did finally do some sort of cleanup, which satisfied the commission at the time.
yeah, they're so. I've seen it and it's been quite extensive at sometimes, and then, of course, I wasn't part of the commission back then, but one day I just happened to look at like, oh, someone cleaned up. I've noticed it, well, the season where we don't have a lot of leaves on the trees, you can see right through. And, yeah, there have been points where I'm like, oh my God, why doesn't someone just clean up their yard? And then all of a sudden, poof. And then this is the first I'm hearing of it being on this board, so.
well, you seem to have the intimate knowledge of this, and you're very observant. So,
I try to be on everything I do.
yeah, would you be willing to, what's her name at the Board of Health?
Carla?
Carla.
Yeah.
Talk to Carla about talking to someone on the Board of Health about it. Who?
Yeah, she's
Okay,
in charge of that,
yeah.
I believe.
And if it comes to the point of like having to, if you're going to contact the property owner, his name's Mike, he's really a pleasant guy. He's got some, problems, so.
We all have problems. We're here to work, help each other through it, so.
Yeah.
Did I hear at one of our previous meetings that like a while ago, the Boy Scout troop helped or something?
That's always Jim Devon's suggestion.
Okay, I just remember that.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that's.
We don't need to be rattlesnakes. We just,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's just something I heard thrown out there, so
Yeah.
I didn't know.
sometimes people are going through some things that we just don't know about. And that's how you
Exactly.
kind of have to approach everybody.
Right,
Okay, all right,
Is
so
that
you'd be willing to talk to?
Yeah,
Carla?
I'll talk to Carla.
Okay, great, okay, thank you.
oh, no, you got one. Uh-oh.
Oh, I thought your hand was up.
No.
Okay. 4.3, Mass Department of Environmental Protection, Mass, is proposing to amend the wetlands protection regulations at 310 CMR 10-.00 and the 401 water quality certification regulations at 314 CMR 9.00.
Said it. I can send out the link if you want, make, I think they are taking recommendations for, Zealotary.
Doesn't say, just proposed to amend.
Oh, MACC, I think, sent an email out talking about that, and I didn't have a chance to open.
No, I'll just forward that email. So,
Okay. Okay. I guess we're down to Sue Lizio's letter. We're gonna read that into the,
Record.
into the record.
All right, so, although I've gone back and forth about whether to write and send this, recent events have convinced me that I should. Not because I want to add an opinion to any debate, but because I'm worried about something much bigger than any one issue in town. As someone who has served our town in different capacities over the years, I know that public service isn't always easy. There will always be disagreements. That's part of the job. That's part of democracy. But I also know that every generation depends on the next one being willing to step forward at some point. Many who have served our town for years are ready, some long overdue, to pass the torch. We aren't looking to walk away from our community, but we are hoping to pass the torch. What worries many of us is that there don't seem to be enough people willing to take it. My hope is that regardless of where we each stand on the issues currently facing our town, we can all take a minute to think about something much bigger. We all say we want more people to volunteer, serve on committees, and run for office. Yet I can't help but wonder what message we're sending to those very people and to the next generation of civic leaders that we will someday be asked to guide our town. Have we stopped to think about the example we're setting? Every lawsuit, every public dispute, every personal attack, every unnecessary conflict, and every action that pulls us farther apart has a cost. Some of those costs show up in dollars, others don't. They show up in lost trust, increased division, people feeling pressured to take sides, volunteer burnout, and in good people quietly deciding, no thanks, I don't want to be part of that. Our town depends on residents who are willing to step forward and serve. They shouldn't have to wonder whether serving their community means spending their time helping solve problems or becoming caught in conflict. With another important local election coming up, we need thoughtful, capable people to consider putting their names forward, not to mention the long list of committees needing volunteers and elected boards without full membership. If the environment surrounding our town government causes people to decide it simply isn't worth it, then don't all of us lose? This isn't about asking anyone to give up their beliefs or legal rights. It isn't about taking sides. It's about remembering that every action has consequences beyond the issue of the day. The behaviors we exhibit and the decisions we make today will influence whether others will be willing to serve tomorrow. If this concerns you too, I hope that you'll respectfully make your thoughts known. Let those who represent us know that you value civility, cooperation, and responsible stewardship of our town's time and resources. Send them a letter or an email to remind them that they were elected to serve all the residents of town, and that preserving public confidence is part of that responsibility. And while we're at it, maybe there are a few new faces you can encourage to get involved. None of us have to agree on every issue. That's not how democracy works. And it's certainly not how town meetings work. But I hope we can all agree on this. The community is stronger with disagreements and handled with respect. When public service remains something that people are proud to do, and when we never lose sight of the fact that we all want what's best for our town as a whole. And if it moves you to do so, feel free to copy and paste to share these thoughts with your friends. Regards, Sue Lassell.
Okay. I think it's good words. And we need to respect each other and how not only towns get divisive, but countries do, the world does. So we all need to work on that. Thank you, Abigail, for reading that. Okay, I think we have done it. Items to discuss next meeting.
Yeah, Bayberry Hill has an NOI that just got submitted. And that NOI may have to be pushed from the 12th to the next meeting. As I got a brief message saying that they may not be, but potentially it could be on the next.
Okay,
And for 0C.
yeah, right. Yeah. Next meeting, 8/12/2026. A motion to adjourn.
Abigail Farley motion to adjourn meeting at 9:45.
I second it.
Roll call.
Sandra Ward, yes.
Brian Pinkerton, yes.
Abigail Farley, yes.
I said yes. Okay, thank you very much. Is everybody happy?
The recording has stopped.
It's a little longer. Mike, could you give me your phone number?
Okay. We're finally done. Let's see, we've been here for what? 5.5 hours? Thank you for everybody that may or may not have stayed the entire time. Whew, boy, that's a long meeting. We did 2 meetings, people. We did 2 meetings plus my 2 hours of finding something to talk about. So hopefully we all survived. I think there were a lot of things. This Conservation Commission meeting had a lot of stuff. And the most significant was that Townsend Historical Society just continuing to do work without permission and changing the rules as they go and thinking everybody's just going to fix everything. I just have no more to say about that. I'm tired of it, and it's not gonna end well. It just won't. It just won't. I'm telling you, it's not gonna end well. Okay, I'm tired. So if there's a couple people here. You haven't mentioned anything. Nobody said anything in the live chat for hours. So I'm going to assume nobody has anything more to add to anything. But that was an interesting meeting. Jim Jeroyan couldn't handle I don't know why he left. No telling. I don't know. I don't think he said. So that's that. And I don't know what else we got for meetings this week. I don't think there's anything. I think Historic District Commission has something tomorrow. I have a present. I'm going to go to some workshop thing tomorrow in person. So I won't be recording anything no matter what's happening. All right. So thank you, everybody. Thanks for joining in. Glad you are hopefully enjoying all this stuff. And I'm going to call it a night. And I will see you on the next thing I'm recording. Hopefully it's soon. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Jeez, it's been so long. I forgot how to end this thing. There it is. End stream. I got a button that says end stream. Okay. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.